Chapter 749. Published at 6th of February 2022, 7:57 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 749. 749. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 749. Technique transmission. And I know not everyone here has a demon sealing technique, but I am working on that. I will be heading to the Qi family next week to speak with them, said Yuan. What? The Qi family? Why are you going there? Chu Liuxiang was shocked to hear this. The Qi family is an ancient family that has vast knowledge on demons, and they could help us deal with them. They are like the demon sealing clan in. I don't think they will be willing to help us, especially not after what you did to the Chu family and Senior Qi. They probably hold a grudge against you now. If they're willing to let the demons run wild because of some petty grudge, then we don't need help from them. However, we won't know that until I meet them. Yuan said. He turned to look at Shimurong and Wu Zhao and continued, can you two ascend as soon as possible so that we can head to the myriad of techniques? I want to see if they have any demon sealing techniques since that's where I got my demon sealing strike. I will ascend today. Shimurong nodded. I will as well. Wu Zhao said. Good. Then I will see you two at the square later today. I am going to study the demon sealing strike some more. Wang Ming said. Hurry up and learn it already so that I can also study it. Wang Bingbing said to him, as she also uses swords. Yeah. Anyways, that's all I have for you guys. We're going to be busy until these demons are dealt with. Yuan said to them. Sometime later, everyone returned to their own rooms to cultivate. By the way, if you want us to learn demon sealing techniques, what about that one technique you used on Senior Qi? You didn't need a weapon to use it, so maybe we can learn it as well. Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked him. I have thought about that as well, but I don't think that's possible. Although I know the technique, I didn't learn it from a technique manual, so I don't know how I can teach it to you guys. Then how did you learn the technique? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. Well, it's complicated. Yuan sighed. After all, it wasn't as though he could say that he'd learned the technique from memories of his past life. Maybe there is a technique that will allow you to write down techniques you already know. How else do you explain why there are so many duplicate techniques out there? You're right. I will ask the experts later. Yuan said. Then I am going to cultivate inside. I still have a lot of catching up to do. Chu Liuxiang said. I will come with you. Yuan nodded. They logged into a little later. As for Meishio, she decided to continue cultivating in the real world. Feng, Xiaohua, I have a question. Yuan called the experts out when he logged on. What do you need help with? Feng Yuxiang asked. Are there any methods to teach techniques you know to someone else? He asked them. You want to teach someone your techniques? They looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, but I don't know how. Well, there are two ways you can teach someone your technique. One, you can write down your technique and give it to them, or you can directly send the technique into their head. Of course, they are both techniques that you need to learn yourself. I figured. Hopefully, the myriad of techniques have these tech. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Xiaohua extended her arm at him, and she was holding onto a manual. Here you go, brother Yuan. This technique will allow you to give techniques to others directly. Yuan immediately smiled, thank you, Xiaohua. Feng Yuxiang silently stared at Yuan for a few moments before opening her mouth to speak. Young master, can I say a few things? Huh. Go ahead. I don't know why you want to give your techniques to someone, or who you plan on giving them to, but I highly discourage such actions. Your techniques are all incredibly valuable, and they should not be taught to others. Yuan smiled and said, I know, Feng. I am not giving away my techniques to just anyone. They are my friends, and I am only teaching them demon sealing techniques. Oh. If that's the case, then you don't have to mind me. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan began studying the technique Xiao Hua gave him. Technique transmission. This is actually a divine rank technique? Yuan was surprised to see this sort of technique having such a high rank. After spending a couple of hours studying the technique, Yuan managed to learn it. Technique transmission, rank, divine, description, allows you to transmit any learned techniques below divine rank to others. After learning the technique, Yuan went to seek for Chu Liuxiang. Lulu, I want to try transferring this technique to you. Okay. Yuan proceeded to activate the technique and tapped on Chu Liuxiang's forehead with his finger that was glowing a subtle light. The next moment, Chu Liuxiang could feel information entering her head. Wow, there's a lot of information flowing inside my head. Is this the technique you used on Senior Qi? Chu Liuxiang asked after receiving the technique. Yes, how is it? I'm surprised it's only an Earth-rank technique. It looked so powerful. Not really. They can be used to seal demons, but it's not as effective as the demon sealing strike. I guess it's like a basic demon sealing technique for beginners. I see. That makes more sense. And she continued, I guess I will have to put my other techniques on hold for now so that I can learn this one first. Okay. Good luck. I will go meet up with the other two and head to the myriad of techniques. I should be back by tonight. Yuan nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 750. Published at 6th of February 2022 7:57 and 25 seconds p.m. Chapter 750. 750 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 750. Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. After transferring the demon sealing technique to Chu Liuxiang, Yuan went to the square to meet up with Shimurong and Wu Zhao so they could also receive a heaven rank technique. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them. Yes. While they walked, Yuan said to Shimurong, you have the same name as someone I know in. Who? A dragon. Yuan said with a smile. I mean, it isn't that weird for people to share the same name. Wu Zhao said. I guess so. Sometime later, they arrived at the myriad of techniques. Yuan brought them to the 4th floor after they had their destiny examination. You guys can go ahead and look for your desired technique. I will meet you all here in a few hours. Yuan said to them before going off on his own. There aren't any demon sealing techniques on this floor, but maybe I can seek Senior Bai's help. Hopefully, he's not busy. However, there was one problem. He didn't know how to contact Senior Bai. Although Senior Bai gave him a jade slip, it was only meant for alerting him about the escaped immortals. Guess I should ask the workers here. Yuan approached the woman working at the desk on the 4th floor and asked her, hello, do you know how I can contact Senior Bai? The woman looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Senior Bai? He's not someone you can just contact. I know, that's why I'm asking you if you know any way to contact him. Yuan said, misunderstanding the woman's words. Look here. Senior Bai is someone with a very distinguished background. I don't know who you are, but you do not qualify to speak with him. Yuan sighed and showed this woman his faction symbol. We're from the same faction, and he's like a mentor to me. Why, you're in the Celestial Overlords? How is that possible? You should be in spirit heaven. The woman exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan shrugged, it just happened. Can I speak with Senior Bai now? Just a moment. The woman looked for a jade slip underneath her desk before asking him, your name? Yuan. Why do you want to speak with him? I would like to ask him about demon sealing techniques. The woman had many questions, but she didn't dare to ask them. Give me a moment. The woman then relayed all of Yuan's information to the jade slip. Senior Bai, there is a person named Yuan who would like to ask you about demon sealing techniques. Now we wait. she said to Yuan afterward. A few minutes later, the jade slip began trembling, and the woman immediately picked it up. Let me speak with him. Senior Bei's voice resounded a moment later. I understand. The woman handed the jade slip to Yuan. Did something happen? Senior Bei asked him. Yes, unfortunately. Yuan sighed. I am currently looking for demon sealing techniques, but I don't know where to acquire them. So your problem is related to demons. Senior Bei mumbled to himself. After a moment of silence, Senior Bei said, All right, I will let you go to that place. You have already learned the demon sealing strike, so there should be no problem if I send you there. Yuan raised his eyebrows at the way Senior Bei mentioned this place, making it sound quite ominous. Where is this place? Yuan asked him. It's a special place within the myriad of techniques that can only be accessed by certain people. The demon sealing clan, you should be familiar with them since you learned their technique, right? Yes, I know the demon sealing clan. Yuan confirmed. In fact, he is technically their founder. This place is located within the myriad of techniques, but it's actually owned by the demon sealing clan, so there are a lot of demon sealing techniques there. That sounds like the place I need to go. How do I get there? I will need to create a portal for you, but that will take some time, and I am a little busy right now. Come back tomorrow. I will have it ready by then. I understand. Thank you, Senior Bei. Yuan returned the jade slip to the woman afterward. Thank you for the help. Yuan said to her before turning around and walking away, leaving her speechless. Sometime later, Shimurong and Wu Zhao returned with a technique of their choice. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. They went to pay for the techniques shortly after. Thank you for the technique, Yuan. They bowed to him afterward. No need to thank me. Yuan returned to the hotel after Shimurong and Wu Zhao left to study their techniques. I'm going to return to the myriad of techniques tomorrow to acquire some demon sealing techniques. Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang. Do you need me to come with you? It's okay, you can focus on your cultivation. I understand. The following morning, Yuan returned to the myriad of techniques. Welcome back, esteemed guest. The woman on the fourth floor immediately recognized Yuan and greeted him. Good morning. Senior Bei's preparations are ready. Can you leave now? She then asked him. Yes, I am ready to leave. Yuan nodded. Please follow me. The woman stood up and brought Yuan to another room. There's nothing here. Yuan said when he saw the empty room. Please wait a moment while I contact Senior Bei. A few minutes later, a golden portal suddenly appeared in the center of the room. Try not to cause any trouble there, my little friend. Senior Bei's voice resounded in the room afterward. I won't. Yuan said with a smile. When you're ready to leave, just go back into the portal you appeared from. I understand. Good luck. After taking a deep breath, Yuan entered this portal and disappeared from the myriad of techniques. Ding! This place is amazing. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing the scenery before him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 751. After being transported to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, Yuan looked around with a look of awe on his face. Despite the place being titled a library, the atmosphere and scenery looked nothing like a library. The floor was made out of clouds, and the sky was pure golden, giving the place a heavenly and divine atmosphere, almost as though the place was created for celestial beings. There was a massive building a few hundred meters away from him, and it gave off an exquisite feeling, just like an emperor's royal residence. It was also quite populated in this place with numerous people of all ages walking in and out of the building, and most of them were wearing similar outfits. However, when Yuan tried to look at their cultivation, he was shocked to realize that he was unable to see the majority of their cultivation. These people were clearly cultivators, but if he couldn't see their cultivation, it simply meant that they were all at a level that far exceeded Yuan's own cultivation, hence why he could not see them. Although these cultivators are probably not at Miss Su or Senior Bei's level, they are definitely some of the most powerful cultivators that I have encountered yet. Yuan thought to himself. Once he had enough of the scenery, Yuan began approaching the building in the distance. However, he was stopped at the entrance by a middle-aged man. "Hey, you, stop right there." Yuan halted his movements and turned to look at the man. "I don't sense a badge on you. How'd you get in here?" The man asked him. Senior Bai sent me here." Yuan quickly responded. "Senior Bai?" The man appeared to be surprised by his response. "Well, even if Senior Bai sent you here, I cannot allow you to enter the building without a badge," the man said after a moment of silence. And he continued, "However, you can receive a badge by proving that you are associated with the Demon Sealing clan." "How do I prove myself?" Yuan asked. "You must prove to me that you know at least one demon sealing technique," he said. "Okay." Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord and proceeded to execute the demon sealing strike on the spot. The man's jaw dropped wide open afterward, and he cried inwardly, "He not only has a soul weapon, but I have never seen someone execute the demon sealing strike and emit such a powerful demon sealing aura before." While Yuan isn't aware, all demon sealing strikes emit this unique aura, and it is exactly this aura that demons are weak against. If a demon is struck by this demon sealing aura, they will become sealed. With that being said, the demon sealing aura must be strong enough to actually seal the demon. If the aura isn't strong enough, it would only annoy the demon at most without sealing them. As for Yuan's demon sealing aura, it was so powerful that it attracted the people in the surrounding area, and they became even more interested in him after seeing his low cultivation base. "How was that? Do I get a badge now?" Yuan asked the man. Sure." The man nodded his head with a dumbfounded look on his face. Only an idiot would refuse to give a badge to someone that's brimming with talent as a demon sealer. The man then handed Yuan a black and gold badge that had the words "Demon Sealing" flawlessly engraved on it. "Make sure you bring this the next time you come here," the man said to him. "I understand. Thank you." Once he had the badge, Yuan proceeded to make his way into the building. However, shortly after entering the building, he was stopped again, and it was by a handsome tall young man this time. "Hey, junior brother, what's your name?" the man asked him. "Me? Yuan. My name's Wan Yu, and I just had to approach you after seeing your display just now. I almost couldn't believe my eyes when I saw your cultivation. You really impressed me. If you're new here, why don't I show you around?" Yuan looked at this handsome man with a suspicious gaze. Wan Yu laughed and said, "Don't worry, I am nobody suspicious. Here, look at this." He showed Yuan a badge and continued, "I am an official lecturer in this place, and it is my job to guide promising demon sealers such as yourself, hence why I approached you." Seeing the badge, Yuan decided to trust him for now. "Okay. Thank you." Yuan nodded. "Before we start, I must ask you. How long have you been with the Demon Sealing clan?" Well, Yuan began pondering for an appropriate answer. Despite knowing the Demon Sealing strike, he isn't officially part of the Demon Sealing clan. "I'm quite new, I guess," he eventually said. "I see, so you're newer than I thought." "Of course, that is perfectly fine," Wan Yu said. And he continued, "How about your knowledge regarding the Demon Sealing clan?" "Not much, to be honest." Yuan didn't want to lie about this since he saw this as a chance to learn more about the Demon Sealing clan. "I understand, then I will guide you as though you just entered the clan. Let's start with, why did you come to the Grand Library today? Did you come to learn demon sealing techniques, or are you here to practice with demons?" Wan Yu asked him. Excuse me? Practice with demons?" Yuan thought he misheard and asked. "You didn't know? You can practice fighting against demons here. Of course, they are not real demons but artificial demons, but they have the same abilities and weaknesses as demons, so you will have to seal them in order to defeat them. Do you want to try fighting an artificial demon? One Yu said to him. I do. Yuan immediately replied. This was a great chance for him to practice fighting against demons before the demons in his world break out of their seals. Chapter 752. All right. Follow me. One Yu said to Yuan before taking him to this open area somewhere within the building. In this open area, there were many groups of people standing in different spots watching cultivators attempt to fight the artificial demons. These are artificial demons. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw one of these artificial demons for the first time. They resembled the demons greatly with red skin, horns, a bloodthirsty face, and even a red crystal embedded in their chest. However, there was one big difference between these artificial demons and real demons. They lacked the bloodthirsty aura that real demons possessed. Instead, they had this overwhelming aura created from spiritual energy to pressure the cultivator fighting it. It appears that all of the artificial demons are occupied. Let's watch them for now. You can also learn something from them. One Yu said. Okay. Yuan nodded, and he watched these cultivators fight the demons. After watching these cultivators for about half an hour, Yuan realized something about these cultivators, that they really sucked at sealing these demons. Despite these cultivators hitting the artificial demons many times with their demon sealing strike, the demons were still able to move and fight back. Why aren't the demons being sealed despite getting struck by demon sealing techniques? Yuan asked Wan Yu. Wan Yu looked at him with raised eyebrows and said, if a demon can be sealed with a single strike, the cultivator fighting that demon would be many levels above the demon. Even the most talented demon sealers of our generation require a couple of strikes before they can seal a demon entirely. Once you strike a demon with a demon sealing strike, the demon sealing aura will slowly build up inside their body, and once there is enough built up, it seals the demon. Yuan didn't know what to make of Wan Yu's words, as had sealed multiple demons stronger than him with a single strike, and even the demon lord that was far stronger than him had succumbed to his demon sealing technique in a single strike, albeit it took a bit for it to take effect. However, there was someone who could seal demons with a single strike. In fact, he could seal 1,000 demons with a single move. Can you guess who it is? One Yu suddenly said. Divine Paragon? Yuan answered. That's right. The founder of the demon sealing clan, Divine Paragon. He was not only the most powerful demon sealer during his era, nobody has been able to get close to his power since then even though millions of years have passed. People say he was created by the heavens to deal with the demons, and that's exactly what he did. The cultivation world used to be terrorized and ruled by demons, but when the Divine Paragon showed up, the demons ran in all directions. Of course, no matter where they ran, the Divine Paragon would chase them until they pretty much became extinct. It's truly unfortunate that the Divine Paragon disappeared without saying a word. Some people still believe that he's still alive somewhere in this boundless universe. Yuan remained silent. If they knew that the Divine Paragon had died and reincarnated, not even the heavens would know how they would react. Sometime later, one of the cultivators there has finally managed to seal the artificial demon. Once that happened, a figure approached the demon to inspect it. Not bad. Your demon sealing aura is quite powerful. This demon will remain sealed for about 500 years. The person said to the cultivator, who appeared to be very happy about his results. Who is that? Yuan asked. He's a fellow lecturer like me. We occasionally come here to watch these junior demon sealers and give them pointers. One Yu said. I see, who wants to go next? The lecturer asked. Hey, race your chance. One Yu said to Yuan, who nodded and stepped forward. I would like to go. The lecturer turned to look at Yuan, and to his surprise, there was a spirit lord in this place. Give me a minute to adjust the difficulty. Do you want to fight a demon at the spirit lord level, or should I make it spirit grandmaster? The lecturer asked him. Can you make it spirit king? Yuan asked him. Spirit king? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. Who's this kid? He wants to fight a spirit king demon as a spirit lord? How reckless. He's probably just seeking attention. He won't last a minute. As expected. He's an interesting one. Yu was the only person there that had a smile on his face that didn't give off the feeling of ridicule. Once the lecturer adjusted the artificial demon's cultivation to that of a first-level spirit king, Yuan stepped into the arena to face the demon. Good luck, kiddo. Yu cheered him on. It was at this moment the people there noticed Yu's presence. Greetings, Senior Wan. Everybody there greeted him in a respectful manner. Don't mind me, I am just here to watch my new friend. Yu said. Friend? That spirit lord? The people there were in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yuan started his fight with the artificial demon. After summoning his Empyrean overlord, Yuan attacked the demon without hesitation. The demon tried to defend itself against Yuan's fierce assault, but it was having trouble doing so, leaving the spectators dazed. They couldn't believe their eyes, that a spirit lord was putting so much pressure on a demon that was an entire realm above him. Even though it was only an artificial demon, it still has the same prowess as a real demon, so realistically speaking, a spirit lord shouldn't be able to push this demon back so far. Even if he can overpower a demon with pure strength, all of his efforts will be pointless if he cannot seal the demon, as they will simply regenerate all of its injuries. One of the spectators there said, which is 100% true. However, Yuan has only been hitting the demon with normal attacks without using any demon sealing techniques, which puzzled the spectators, Yu included. While they didn't expect Yuan to use demon sealing techniques with every strike, it also didn't make any sense for him to not use them at all, and this made the spectators ponder Yuan's thoughts. Chapter 753. Many minutes have passed since Yuan began fighting the artificial demon, yet he continued to use nothing more than basic sword techniques on the demon. This puzzled the spectators, as it seemed like Yuan had no intention of sealing the demon for whatever reason. What in heaven's name is he doing? It's been almost 15 minutes, yet he hasn't used a single demon sealing technique. If you're here to play around, then get out. There are others here waiting to practice. Yeah. Get out. This isn't the place for you to play around. The cultivators there began getting frustrated at Yuan for purposefully not sealing the demon. They have never seen a demon sealer as obnoxious as him until today. Calm down, everyone. Yu suddenly said to them in a soothing voice, and he continued, as far as I can tell, he's doing exactly what this place is meant to do, to allow you to practice fighting against demons without needing to worry about getting killed. Just because he's not using his demon sealing techniques does not mean he's not practicing. The cultivators there no longer complained about Yuan not using his demon sealing technique, and they decided to watch him for a few minutes before losing interest in going to watch someone else. Half an hour later, pretty much everyone had lost interest in Yuan's practice session besides two people, and they were both lecturers. Fellow Daoist Wan, can you tell me why you're so interested in this young man? Besides his impressive raw strength, I don't see anything else from him that's worthy of your attention. Yu smiled and said, if you'd seen his demon sealing aura, you would understand. Just be patient. It'll be worth the wait. If you say so. The other lecturer nodded. While Yuan was focused on getting combat experience with a demon, a cold voice suddenly resounded, snapping him out of his focus. Are you really even a demon sealer? You're so pathetic. Ha ha ha. To Yuan's surprise, the artificial demon had suddenly started speaking when it had been silent since the beginning. Unbeknownst to Yuan, these artificial demons have a function where it will mock the fighter when they cannot seal the demon after a specific amount of time has passed. They do so in order to put more pressure on the fighter by publicly humiliating them in front of others. If you don't hurry up and seal me, I will eat all of your loved ones. Ha ha ha. Too bad someone as weak as you won't be able to stop me. You're doomed to watch your loved ones die before me. When Yuan heard the artificial demon's mockery, something had snapped inside him. Shut the hell up. Yuan suddenly jumped forward while his aura exploded with fierceness. This sudden change surprised Yu and the other lecturer. Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord directly at the artificial demon. The artificial demon could feel a powerful demon sealing aura coming from the sword, so it reacted by dodging the strike. However, Yuan's sword suddenly changed direction mid-motion, cleaving the demon's body cleanly in half. Haha. Not bad. But you won't be able to defeat me like. The artificial demon suddenly stopped speaking when it realized that its body was already beginning to feel stiff, and this feeling expanded through its body within seconds. When it looked down at its own body, it realized that its regenerative abilities had stopped, and the lower half of its body had already turned into stone completely. The demon slowly lifted its head to look at Yuan, who held a cold expression on his face, and for the next few seconds, they would quietly stare at each other until the rest of the artificial demon was sealed. Heavens, both Wan Yu and the other lecturer uttered in a dazed voice after witnessing this scene. The other cultivators there had also turned to look at Yuan's area, but nobody there saw the entire thing. When they looked, the demon was already lying on the ground with its body separated in half and the lower half already petrified. However, they were able to watch the rest of the demon being sealed within seconds. What the fuck just happened? What did he do to the artificial demon? Did anyone see it? No, I didn't see it. When I looked, the demon was already sealed. Even though the cultivators there didn't know what happened, they knew that something incredible had happened, as the instructors' faces were filled with awe, not to mention the powerful demon sealing aura that suddenly erupted moments ago, and these cultivators all wished that they'd continued watching Yuan's practice. Such a powerful demon sealing aura. Just who is this young man? And where did you find him? The lecturer beside Wan Yu asked him. I found him at the front of the Grand Library when he displayed the demon sealing strike to get a badge to enter this place, and when I asked him, he said that he was new. The lecturer swallowed nervously, and he approached the sealed demon a moment later. After inspecting the artificial demon for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "This artificial demon can no longer be used. It's been completely destroyed. The seal was too powerful." What? The cultivators there were shocked to hear this information. They have never heard of an artificial demon being sealed to the point where they could no longer function. I am so sorry. Yuan quickly apologized after realizing the situation. I broke another piece of training equipment. He cried inwardly. It feels like every time he practices on training equipment, it would inevitably break. I will pay for the damages. Yuan said a moment later while inwardly bracing himself to sacrifice an arm and leg. However, the lecturer merely laughed at his words and said while waving his hand, "Don't worry about it, young lad. These things are quite old, so I was already thinking about replacing them." Of course, these artificial demons are maintained every day to make sure they are like new, but the lecturer didn't tell Yuan so that he doesn't feel bad about it. Chapter 754. After Yuan destroyed the artificial demon, the lecturer had someone take away the demon, and since they didn't expect someone to destroy an artificial demon in such a manner, a replacement would not be ready for a few days. Do you mind if I continue practicing with the artificial demons? Yuan suddenly asked the lecturer, leaving him speechless. When Yuan saw the lecturer's perplexed face, he quickly continued, I won't break any more artificial demons, I promise. I won't even use my demon sealing techniques. I just want to become more comfortable when fighting demons. If you say it like that, I cannot refuse. The lecturer nodded. Thank you, senior. Yuan bowed to him before waiting for the next available artificial demon. While he waited, Wan Yu approached him and started a conversation with him. How old are you this year? You look very young. I'm 18 years old. What? You're that young? I truly wasn't expecting that. Wan Yu thought Yuan was older than he appeared, as that is usually the case in the cultivation world, especially in their realm. If you don't mind me asking, which family are you from? Wan Yu then asked. I don't belong to a family. Yuan shook his head. Oh. What about a sect? I used to be in a sect, but I am now wandering the 9 heavens with my friends. So you're a rogue cultivator, huh? That's very surprising as well. I thought you would be from some big family or prominent sect. With that being said, if you wish to join the Demon's Sealing Grotto, you're more than welcomed. Demon's Sealing Grotto? Yuan looked at Wan Yu and asked, what's their relationship with the Demon's Sealing Clan? The Demon's Sealing Clan came first and was created by the Divine Paragon himself. The Demon's Sealing Grotto, however, was created after the founder's disappearance. The two of them basically exist for the same purpose, to deal with the remaining demons in the 9 heavens. However, despite their similar purposes and existence, the two of them are not really that close to each other. In fact, they can even be considered rivals. After the founder's disappearance and the fact that demons are no longer a threat to the 9 heavens and humanity, the Demon's Sealing Clan began to decline and grow weaker, yet the clan refused to change and continued their tradition despite the change happening across the world. A few higher-ups were fed up with the Demon's Sealing Clan's stubbornness, so they left the Demon's Sealing Clan to create their own powerhouse, which is the Demon's Sealing Grotto that functions more like a sect than a family, and they brought with them many prominent figures from the Demon's Sealing Clan, hurting them even further. However, despite our rivalry, both the Demon's Sealing Clan and the Demon's Sealing Grotto share the Grand Library. You can tell us apart from our uniforms. Those wearing black and gold are from the Demon's Sealing Clan while those wearing black and red are from the Demon's Sealing Grotto. As you can see, I am wearing black and red, so I am from the Demon's Sealing Grotto. I'm not sure. Can you give me some time to think about it since all of this is very new to me? Yuan said after a moment of silence. Of course. Take all the time you need. And I am not saying this to blow our own bubbles, but the Demon's Sealing Grotto is currently far stronger than the Demon's Sealing Clan. If you join us, we will forge you into a top-tier demon sealer. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the stage when there was an opening to fight with an artificial demon. When the spectators saw this, they quickly went to watch Yuan fight the demon, but they became frustrated when Yuan did not use any demon sealing techniques for an entire hour even while being constantly mocked by the artificial demon. However, they did not want to leave, fearing that they might miss the action again. Unfortunately for them, Yuan fought until the end without using a single demon sealing technique. Fuck. He's definitely doing this on purpose. The spectators were fuming by the end. If it weren't for Wan Yu and the other lecturers' presence, these people would have fought Yuan with nothing but their fists. Meanwhile, after he was satisfied with his practice, Yuan returned to Wan Yu and said to him, I would like to learn some demon sealing techniques now. I came to this place for this very reason, as well. I understand. Follow me. Wan Yu nodded. As they walked, Wan Yu spoke, since you're new here, you are only allowed access to very limited techniques. If you want to learn more techniques, you will need to raise your demon sealer rank. You can raise your rank by taking an examination that tests your demon sealing aura and your knowledge of demons. Since you have managed to successfully seal an artificial demon, you're considered an apprentice demon sealer. However, if I take into account your demon sealing aura and your performance today, I would rank you as high as an elite demon sealer, which is 2 ranks above apprentice. Unfortunately, you must take the exam before you can officially be considered as one. Yuan nodded and said, I will think about the exam later. For now, I will just look at the available techniques. Sometime later, Wan Yu led Yuan inside a large room that had multiple jade tablets placed around the room in an orderly fashion. What is this place? Yuan asked. You will understand once you take a look at the jade tablets, said Wan Yu. Yuan nodded and approached one of the jade tablets. This technique. Demon Sealing Strike? To Yuan's surprise, the jade tablet had the Demon Sealing Strike engraved onto it. That's right. These jade tablets are the techniques, and anyone can learn them as long as they have access to the rooms. Wan Yu said. Yuan didn't say anything else and began looking at all of the jade tablets. Chapter 755. Published at 12th of February 2022 6:18 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 755. 755. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 755. Demon Sealing Clans Decline. This is also the demon's sealing strike? Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the second jade tablet. However, when he read the contents, he realized that it was a completely different technique. Although it functioned similarly to his demon's sealing strike, this technique was meant for daggers instead of the sword. When he realized this, Yuan immediately began studying the technique, as this technique would allow him to seal demons with the starry abyss so that he no longer needed to rely just on swords. A few minutes later, Yuan closed his eyes and digested all of the information from the jade tablet. Ding! Did you just learn that technique? When Yu saw a profound aura suddenly emit from Yuan's body, he realized that Yuan had just comprehended a new technique, but he still asked for confirmation. I thought you said anyone could learn these techniques. Yuan looked at him with a surprised face, misunderstanding Yu's words. Yes, you can. I was just surprised at how quickly you learned the technique. You're full of surprises. Yu chuckled. Oh, I see. Then can I ask you a few more questions? Of course. Let me hear them. Yu nodded. Are there any limitations to how many techniques I can learn from this place? Nope. You can learn as many techniques you want. There are no limitations. Great, then my second question is: are there any rules about this place that I should know about? Yes, there's a few of them, actually. Yu nodded, and he continued, first, you are not allowed to share these techniques with outsiders. 2. You are forbidden from selling or trading these techniques even to fellow demon sealers. You must receive permission to teach other demon sealers. As an official lecturer, I am allowed to teach other demon sealers, but I am limited to what I can teach. One last rule you should keep in mind is that these techniques, while they were created to seal demons, they can also seal humans to a certain extent, and if you're caught sealing humans, you will be killed or crippled by the demon sealing clan or the demon sealing grotto. I understand. Yuan nodded. Thankfully, he sealed Senior Qi in his own world, not this world. As for the rule that forbids him from sharing these techniques, Yuan will obviously have to ignore this rule in order to teach the others demon sealing techniques. Furthermore, he has already broken the rule more than once. Yuan returned to studying the techniques shortly after, and he wouldn't stop until he learned enough techniques for everyone. Yu was shocked when he saw this. Why in heaven's name does he need to learn this many demon sealing techniques? It's almost like he's learning a technique for every weapon out there. Yu cried inwardly. An hour later, Yuan returned to Yu and said to him, I will be leaving now. Thank you for helping me today. I learned a lot. You're leaving already? I will be back tomorrow to practice some more with the artificial demons. Yuan said. All right. If you ever need any more help and I am here, you can always come to me. Yu nodded. I will. Yuan left the Grand Library shortly after and returned to the hotel. Lulu, I am going to try and cultivate technique transmission in the real world so that I can transfer the techniques to everyone later. Yuan said to her. Okay, I will stay here until dinner then. Thus, Yuan logged off by himself and began trying to learn technique transmission in that world as well. Once it was time for dinner and everyone gathered in the dining room, Yuan told them the news. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I have acquired a demon sealing technique for everyone here, but I will need a few days to learn a technique that will allow me to transfer the techniques directly into your mind. Although we can do this in Cultivation online, I am not really supposed to share these techniques, so I'd rather do it in this world. It might also be a little quicker if we do it this way. That's fine. Take all the time you need. They said to him. The following day, Yuan returned to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, and he went straight to the area with the artificial demons. There's already people here? Despite arriving shortly after sunrise, all of the artificial demons were already occupied, so Yuan could only wait. While he waited there and watched the others practice, the lecturer from yesterday noticed Yuan and approached him. Young man, I never got your name yesterday. Yuan turned to look at the middle-aged man standing beside him and said, My name's Yuan. Yuan, huh? I am Tang Zheng, an official lecturer here for the past 10 years. I haven't seen you here before until yesterday. How long have you been a demon sealer? Not long. That's perfectly fine. Despite being new, you have a very impressive demon sealing aura, especially for someone at your cultivation base. Do you belong to the demon sealing clan or the demon sealing grotto? Tang Zheng asked. I'm not actually officially affiliated with either. Yuan said. I see, so you're from one of the branch families. If you want, I can recruit you into the demon sealing clan right now, unless you've already been recruited by Wan Yu. It would be a pity if that was the case. Pity? Why would it be a pity? Yuan asked with a questioning gaze. As everyone is aware by now, the demon sealing clan is declining. We're currently in our weakest state ever since the clan's creation. At this rate, the demon sealing clan will continue to decline until its inevitable end, hence why we're recruiting any talent we can find. If you join the demon sealing grotto, that's one less talent we have and one more step towards our doom, which is an immense pity since the demon sealing clan is the reason the cultivation world is so peaceful today. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 756. Published at 12th of February 2022 6:18 and 4 seconds AM. Chapter 756. 756. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 756. Legend of the Divine Paragon. Well, although Senior One has indeed offered me to join the Demon Sealing Grotto, I have not decided to join them yet. As for the Demon Sealing Clan, I would also like to think about it some more. Yuan responded to Tang Zheng's offer. Of course. Take all the time you need. Tang Zheng nodded with a relieved smile on his face. As long as Yuan doesn't accept one yes offer, he still has a chance to recruit Yuan into the Demon Sealing Clan. And while some might think Tang Zheng was exaggerating the Demon Sealing Clan situation to trick Yuan into joining them, it is a fact that the clan has been in a straight decline ever since their founder disappeared. As for their reason for decline, it is actually much simpler than one would expect. The Demon Sealing Clan was created for the sole purpose of fighting demons, and after killing or sealing most demons and chasing the rest into hiding, the Demon Sealing Clan became less relevant as they were no longer needed due to the lack of demons. In the end, the downfall of demons was also the downfall of the Demon Sealing Clan. I am the reincarnation of the founder of the Demon Sealing Clan, so I should join them and save them from their ruin. However, I am no longer the Divine Paragon, and I shouldn't let my past affect my current life. Yuan was in a predicament. On one hand, he wants to help the Demon Sealing Clan that had created in his past life. However, on the other hand, he didn't want to let his past lives to continue affecting his current life, as he fears that he might lose his personality and become someone unrecognizable. After pondering for some time, Yuan temporarily stopped thinking about it to step onto the stage to fight the artificial demon. What's that kid doing? He's not using any demon sealing techniques. Since it was a new day, there would naturally be new people in the area that didn't know about Yuan. Who? Oh, him. He was also here yesterday doing the exact same thing as he is doing right now. I guess he just wants to experience fighting demons without actually sealing them. A waste of our time if you ask me. After all, what's the point of fighting demons if you don't seal them? Someone there recognized Yuan and explained to those asking. Eventually, the artificial demon began mocking Yuan for not being able to seal it. Haha. What's wrong, demon sealer? You can't even seal a fake demon? How will you survive if you encounter a real demon that is far more powerful than a fake? You should give up and just return to being a normal cultivator. Of course, Yuan ignored the artificial demon's taunting and continued to slice its body with the Empyrean Overlord. Once Yuan was satisfied with his workout a few hours later, he stopped fighting the artificial demon. Finally. I thought he was going to stay up there for the entire day. The people there sighed in relief when they noticed that Yuan was finally leaving, allowing them to fight the artificial demon. Tang Zheng, who had just come back to the area from eating lunch, noticed Yuan and quickly approached him. Yuan, are you free right now? Sort of. Why? Yuan asked. I'd like to show you something. Okay. Yuan didn't question Tang Zheng and followed him to another area within the Grand Library, arriving at another empty square shortly after. However, the place was empty in the sense that there was a lot of space in this area, since there were actually a lot of cultivators scattered around this place with most of them seated around this domineering statue. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this statue that was located at the center of this empty square, as he had seen the face of this statue before, mostly in his dreams. That's the divine paragon? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. When Tang Zheng heard it, he smiled and said, that's right. He is the founder of the Demon Sealing Clan and the idol of every demon sealer in existence, Divine Paragon, also known as the Bane of Demons. When I was a young cultivator, I happened to overhear a legend about him, and because of this legend, I decided to become a demon sealer. I never looked back nor have I ever regretted my decision. Do you want to hear it? Sure. Yuan nodded. When demons were still rampaging in the 9 heavens, millions of demons dwelled within this impenetrable stronghold in the demonic realm that was deemed impossible to conquer by all cultivators. However, the divine paragon, all by himself, entered the demonic realm for a total of 66 days. The world thought the divine paragon had died inside the demonic realm, but to everyone's shock, the divine paragon returned from the demonic realm, and that's when everyone learned the truth, that the divine paragon had been killing demons non-stop since he entered the hellhole. In just 2 short months, had conquered the demonic realm and killed every single demon inside, something everybody had deemed impossible. Nobody has entered the demonic realm since then, as the divine paragon had sealed the demonic realm just in case he missed a few demons. Demon sealers nowadays would have trouble fighting a single demon even in a group, yet the divine paragon had killed millions of demons all by himself in 2 short months. If you ask me what a real demon is, I would, without hesitation, say it's the divine paragon, in a good sense. Yuan was speechless after hearing this legend. No wonder why demons are terrified of him. He's actually more devious than demons. He sighed inwardly. Tang Zheng suddenly raised his eyebrows at Yuan, almost as though he'd realized something. Yuan. Now that I look at you closely, you look awfully similar to the divine paragon statue over there, almost like you're a younger version of the founder himself. When Yuan heard Tang Zheng's outrageous yet accurate claims, Yuan's body froze, almost as though he'd been sealed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 757. Published at 12th of February 2022 9:09 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 757. 757. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 757. Advanced Demon Sealer Examination. Good heavens, the longer I look at you, the more I get the feeling that you look like the founder. Tang Zheng subconsciously moved his face closer to Yuan's face to get a closer look. Yuan took a few steps back and said in a stiff voice, "You're probably just seeing things, no? I am certain. You have such an eerie resemblance to the divine paragon. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you're a reincarnation of him." Tang Zheng said, unaware that he was 100% correct. You know what? This could be a sign the heavens have sent us, that you could potentially become the next founder of the Demon Sealing Clan. With your talents, it's definitely doable. Yuan. You must join the Demon Sealing Clan. You, who bears the founder's face, cannot allow the Demon Sealing Clan to disappear. Tang Zheng stared at Yuan with eyes full of emotions. He was someone easily influenced when it comes to the divine paragon, and with Yuan having so much resemblance to the divine paragon, Tang Jing truly believed that Yuan was sent by the heavens to save the declining demon Sealing clan. Even if you tell me that, Yuan had intentions to join either the demon Sealing clan or the demon Sealing grotto, but he wasn't sure which one he should join. On one hand, the demon Sealing grotto is much more powerful than the other option, but on the other hand, he had technically created the demon Sealing clan, so it wouldn't be right to let them disappear. While Yuan pondered, a familiar voice suddenly resounded inside his head: "Join the demon Sealing clan." Yuan recognized this voice to be the Divine Paragon's voice, and he turned to look at the Divine Paragon statue. In Yuan's eyes, the Divine Paragon statue had turned into a real person and was no longer a statue. "There are secrets within the demon Sealing clan that only I know of. If you let it disappear, these secrets will also disappear, and there's a good chance that the 9 heavens will return to chaos if you do not return to the demonic realm." Demonic realm? What does that have anything to do with joining the demon Sealing clan? Yuan frowned. "If you wish to learn the truth, you must enter the demonic realm." "The demonic realm that you sealed?" The Divine Paragon did not respond and returned to being a statue. Yuan sighed out loud and turned to look at Tang Jing. "Will it be problematic if I join the demon Sealing clan while already being in a faction?" Yuan asked. "Faction? No, there won't. The demon Sealing clan is not considered to be a family, a sect, nor a faction, so there shouldn't be any problems." Yuan raised his brows and asked, "If the demon Sealing clan is not any of these things, what is it?" "Honestly, I am not too sure either, but the Divine Paragon never considered the demon Sealing clan to be any of these things. It used to be a place where anyone could join as long as they wanted to fight demons. Things have obviously changed since then, so it resembles a faction more than anything. With that being said, we're not considered a faction, and even if we are considered a faction, there shouldn't be any problem since most factions allow their members to join multiple factions as long as that faction is not an enemy. As for the demon Sealing grotto, they are a faction, and they have a sect as well." Yuan nodded and said, "Then I will join the demon Sealing clan, temporarily, if you don't mind." "May I ask why only temporarily?" "Just in case I change my mind. I can assure you that you will not regret your decision, but if you insist, that is fine. You can join us temporarily. We don't have any rules that forbid our members from leaving once they join, anyway." "Okay. Now that you are part of our demon Sealing clan, let's get you your uniforms and badge." Yuan followed Tang Jing to another place, where he would receive 3 sets of uniform and a badge. "There's no rule about wearing the uniforms, so you don't have to wear them if you don't want to. As for the badge, it is proof that you are part of the demon Sealing clan. You will need it if you want to enter any of our establishments." "How is this badge any different from the one I received in front of the Grand Library?" Yuan asked. "Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The Grand Library's badge will only allow you to enter this place, and it just means you're affiliated with the demon Sealing clan." "I see. Anyways, you're currently an apprentice demon sealer, but I have seen you defeat an artificial demon, so you qualify for the next rank. Would you like to take the examination now and become an advanced demon sealer?" Tang Jing then asked him. "If I become an advanced demon sealer, I will get to learn more demon sealing techniques, right?" Yuan asked. "That's right. You'll get to learn divine rank demon sealing techniques. Then I will take the examination." Yuan nodded. "Great. Follow me." Tang Jing led Yuan back to the area with the artificial demons and said to him, "Wait here while I grab 2 more official lecturers to witness in the examination. We need at least 3 lecturers." After Tang Jing left, Yuan spectated the other cultivators while he waited. About 15 minutes later, Tang Jing returned to him with 2 other individuals, an old lady and a beautiful young woman. "Tang Jing, you dragged me here for an advanced demon sealer examination during my lunchtime. I really hope it's worth it, or you'll regret wasting my time," the beautiful woman said to him as they entered the area. "Don't worry, it will definitely be worth it. I dragged you here because I knew how much you both admire the founder." Once you see this young, before Tang Jing could even finish his sentence, the old woman suddenly exclaimed in a shocked voice, "Divine Paragon?" Sure enough, the old lady noticed Yuan standing in the crowd and mistook him for the Divine Paragon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 758. Published at 13th of February 2022 5:18 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 758. 758 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 758. Little Founder, what the? Did you just say Divine Paragon? Have you finally gone senile from old age? The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows when she heard the old lattice words. After all, how could the Divine Paragon suddenly appear in the Grand Library? The woman subconsciously turned to look at the direction the old lady was looking at, and to her absolute shock, someone who looked exactly like the Divine Paragon stood in the crowd. As fanatics and admirers of the Divine Paragon, they have engraved every detail of the Divine Paragon into their souls, so they knew right away when they saw Yuan's face that he looked exactly like the Divine Paragon. Wait. Before Tang Jing could even open his mouth properly, the two women rushed through the crowd and directly at the unaware Yuan. Yuan, who was minding his own business, suddenly felt two aggressive presence behind him, causing him to turn around. When he did, he could see two women with glowing eyes running in his direction. Naturally, this startled Yuan, who could only wonder who these women were and why they were running at him. However, before he could even react, the old lady suddenly disappeared from her spot and appeared right beside him like a ghost. What the? Right as Yuan turned to look at the old lady, he suddenly felt someone touch his cheeks, who also turned his head. Wow! You really look like the Divine Paragon. What's your name? And where did you come from, handsome? The beautiful woman asked Yuan as she held his cheeks with her smooth hands, looking like an owner and her dog. My name's Yuan. He responded in a dazed manner. What in heaven's name do you two think you are doing to my new recruit? Tang Jing suddenly appeared to drag them away from Yuan. He then said, I apologize for this, Yuan. They've been long-time admirers of the Divine Paragon, and since you look so similar to him, they went crazy. What do you mean he looks similar? He looks exactly like the Divine Paragon, albeit a lot younger. The beautiful woman said. I know that, hence why I brought you two here. However, if you're going to bother him, I will find new instructors for his examination. Tang Jing sighed out loud. Why are you being so annoying, Tang Jing? We're not bothering him at all. The old lady cleared her throat before speaking. As for the examination, do we really need to do it? I can tell by his appearance alone that he will easily pass the examination. Senior Fu is right. There's no way that someone with the Divine Paragon's face could fail such an easy exam. The beautiful woman said. Tang Jing rubbed his temples and said, I also know he can pass the examination since I have already seen him seal an artificial demon, but we still need to do an official examination. It will look bad on us if we don't do this. Whatever. The beautiful said before turning to look at Yuan with a friendly smile, My name is Yanhara. Let's talk more after your examination, handsome. Sure. After winking at Yuan, Yanhara turned to look at the cultivators that were currently fighting an artificial demon. Hurry up and seal the demon already. If you make the little founder wait too long, I will go up there and seal the demon for you. When the cultivators and the spectators heard Yanhara's words, they turned to look at them. Little founder? They all focused on Yuan, and sure enough, they could see a strong resemblance of the Divine Paragon from him. Heavens! Why didn't I notice this earlier? He really looks like the Divine Paragon statue. He looks so much like the founder that I wouldn't doubt it if you told me he was a direct descendant of the founder. What if he is a descendant? That's not possible. They said the founder had no Dao companion. That doesn't mean anything. For all we know, the founder could have found a Dao companion after his disappearance. Fuck. If you say it like that, visit Rietal me for extra chapters. Soon enough, pretty much everybody in the area was talking about Yuan's resemblance to the divine paragon. A few minutes later, one of the cultivators there finally sealed the artificial demon and stepped off the stage. He turned to look at Yuan and smiled. "The stage is all yours, little founder." "Thank you." Yuan didn't know how he felt about being called little founder. Ignoring their accuracy, it just felt weird. Sometime later, Yuan stepped onto the stage, and all of the spectators in the area gathered around him to watch his examination. "Before we begin, allow me to give you the rules," Tang Zheng said. And he continued, "In order to pass the examination and become an advanced demon sealer, you must seal an artificial demon that is 2 realms below your cultivation base within the time limit, which is 30 minutes. What? Yuan was dumbfounded to hear the passing condition, as it sounded way too easy. 2 realms below my cultivation base within 30 minutes. Why is it so easy? Since he is a spirit lord, his artificial demon, which will be 2 realms lower, will only have the strength of a spirit master. He could seal a demon at this level even in his sleep. Of course, while this examination might be incredibly easy for someone like Yuan, not all demon sealers are as talented as him. While Yuan wouldn't have any trouble fighting demons above his cultivation base, he is an abnormal existence. Meanwhile, normal demon sealers would have trouble with demons even 1 realm below their own cultivation base. Therefore, if they made the examination too hard, nobody would be able to rank up. With that being said, even with an artificial demon 2 realms below the examinee's cultivation base, there are still many cultivators out there that would struggle against it. However, even though the examination was incredibly easy for Yuan, it wasn't as though he was completely free of worries. In fact, he had one major problem regarding this examination. If I hit it with my demon sealing techniques, I will definitely break another artificial demon. What should I do? He sighed inwardly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 759. Published at 13th of February 2022 5:18 and 6 seconds p.m. Chapter 759. 759 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 759. Advanced Demon Sealer, that's all you need to know for the examination. You may begin now, Tang Zheng said to Yuan a moment later. Yuan nodded, but he didn't immediately attack the artificial demon. As for the demon, it also won't attack Yuan until he makes the first move. What are you waiting for, little founder? The examination has already started, Yan Hara said to him. There's a good chance that I will break the artificial demon, Yuan said. It was at this moment that Tang Zheng recalled Yuan's prowess yesterday that completely destroyed an artificial demon. Although losing 1 artificial demon isn't a huge loss, they are not cheap either, and if they lose 2 artificial demons back to back in 2 days, the maker of these artificial demons will become annoyed at them. However, before Tang Zheng could even say anything, Yan Hara spoke out loud, "Don't worry about breaking them. They're very durable and have the same regenerative ability as real demons, so no matter how you slice or dice it, you won't break it." Of course, Yan Hara has no idea that Yuan had already destroyed an artificial demon just yesterday. And she continued, "Even if you somehow manage to break it, we can easily get a replacement, so go ahead and break it." Yuan nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He turned to look at the artificial demon with a calm gaze. I should try out the demon sealing strike for the dagger. With this thought in his mind, Yuan summoned the starry abyss in its invisible mode and used it to attack the demon. An invisible dagger? It is also emitting the aura of a soul weapon. He can actually control 2 soul weapons at once? Tang Zheng was greatly shocked by this new information. He witnessed Yuan's Empyrean overlord yesterday, and the fact that Yuan is using a different soul weapon today could only mean that he has multiple soul weapons, which is incredibly rare even in the upper heavens. Whoosh! The invisible starry abyss flew at the artificial demon and struck it directly between its eyes a split second later. The artificial demon fell to its knees the next second and remained there, which puzzled the spectators, as they wondered why the artificial demon wasn't standing back up. However, they would soon get their answer when the artificial demon began turning into stone at a rapid rate. A few seconds later, the artificial demon was completely sealed. What in heaven's name? Everyone there except Tang Zhang was shocked to witness Yuan sealing a demon with a single demon sealing strike. As expected of our little founder. His demon sealing aura is quite ridiculous for someone at his level. Maybe he's really the reincarnation of the divine paragon. Yanhara mumbled to herself in a low voice. Once Yuan sealed the demon, Senior Fu went to inspect the demon, and to her shock, the artificial demon was completely sealed, including its core, which renders the entire thing useless. All artificial demons have a core that allows it to function and gives them their regenerative ability, and this core was specifically made to resist demon sealing aura so that it doesn't break every time someone seals the demon. However, Yuan's demon sealing aura had somehow managed to penetrate the core's defenses and sealed it alongside the demon. This artificial demon is no longer usable. Senior Fu announced the results to Yanhara and Tang Zheng, who wasn't surprised at all. As for Yanhara, she was dumbfounded and amazed at the same time. She has witnessed thousands of examinations, yet this is her first time encountering someone that has managed to destroy an artificial demon so thoroughly. Congratulations on passing your examination, Yuan. You're now officially an advanced demon sealer. Tang Zheng said to him a moment later, breaking the awkward silence. Thank you. Yuan said. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Even though the examination was a little too easy, at least he gets to learn more demon sealing techniques. Come with me, little founder. We're going to get you your new badge. Yanhara suddenly grabbed Yuan and began pulling him away. Wait for me. Senior Fu quickly followed. Tang Jing shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face, and he also followed them. Meanwhile, a new rumor began spreading around the Grand Library. Have you heard? There's a demon sealer who looks exactly like the founder of the demon sealing clan, and he managed to destroy an artificial demon. Huh? The divine paragon? It must be an exaggeration. It's not. A lot of people have seen him, and they all agreed that he looks just like Divine Paragon, albeit a lot younger. They even gave him the nickname Little Founder. I won't believe it until I see him with my own eyes. As for destroying an artificial demon, it's not really that impressive if you think about it. The artificial demons in the Grand Library are merely low-quality puppets. Most elite demon sealers can destroy them if they try hard enough. It may not seem impressive because I didn't mention his cultivation. The little founder is only a spirit lord, and he just became a demon sealer not long ago. Hell, he just passed his examination and became an advanced demon sealer. What? What is a spirit lord doing in the Grand Library? And he destroyed an artificial demon as an apprentice demon sealer? Now I definitely don't believe you. Suit yourself. This information is already spreading throughout the demon sealing clan and even the demon sealing grotto. It will only be a matter of time before the higher-ups set their eyes on him. Even though he's already joined the demon sealing clan, it won't stop the demon sealing grotto from trying to snatch him from them, as it has happened multiple times before already. I cannot wait to see where this goes. While news of the little founder spread, Yuan received his advanced demon sealer badge. Little founder, why are you not wearing your uniform? I want to see you in the demon sealing clan's uniform. Hurry up and change. Yanhara urged him afterward, sounding a little impatient for some reason. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 760. Published at 14th of February 2022 5:18 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 760. 760 If audio player doesn't work, Press stop then play button again. Chapter 760, The Next Divine Paragon. Hurry up, little founder. I want to see you standing beside the founder's statue while in your uniform. Yanhara continued to urge him despite the weird looks he was giving her. Yuan, I suggest you give up and fulfill her wishes. She's one of the most stubborn people in this place, and she will bother you until you do it. Tang Zheng patted him in the back and said. Of course, he also wanted to see Yuan standing beside the founder's statue so that they can get a side-by-side comparison. I just need to wear the uniform, right? I will do it under one condition. Yuan suddenly said. What condition? You will answer my question. That's easy. You can even ask for my 3 sizes and I want refuse. Yanhara said in a prideful voice. You're what? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as this is his first time hearing such a term. Tang Zheng loudly cleared his throat and said, ignore her teasing. Anyways, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them even if you don't fulfill her request. Please. I am begging you. Look. I will even get on my knees and beg. Yanhara began lowering her body. When Yuan saw this, his eyes widened, and he quickly said, fine, I will do it. Don't you have any sense of shame, Yanhara? How can you beg in such a manner? To a junior, no less. Tang Zheng shook his head. I won't do this just for anyone. You have no idea how I feel. She coldly snorted. Sometime later, Yuan left to change his clothes. When he returned, the 3 seniors were so surprised by his appearance that they had become speechless. After wearing the Demon Sealing Clan's uniform, Yuan's aura changed significantly, and he looked even more like the Divine Paragon. I cannot wait. Yanhara suddenly grabbed Yuan and flew directly to the area with the Divine Paragon statue. Tang Zheng and Senior Fu quickly followed. Once they arrived, Yanhara placed Yuan right beside the statue and said to him, stand right here for a minute. Okay. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner, feeling like he was being treated as some sort of toy. A sharp noise suddenly resounded in the area, causing everyone there to look at Yanhara, who had just screamed. They all wondered why she was screaming, but when they looked at Yuan, who she was staring at, they all understood why she had just screamed. Yanhara is a renowned Divine Paragon fanatic in the Grand Library, and seeing someone who looks so identical to the Divine Paragon while also standing right next to a statue, it was only natural that she would go crazy. In fact, when other fanatics saw Yuan standing right beside the Divine Paragon statue, they also screamed like fangirls. It's the Divine Paragon. What? No way. He's really here. Are you really the Divine Paragon? You look a little too young to be the founder. Are you, by any chance, his descendant? A crowd quickly gathered around Yuan and the statue, blocking Yanhara's view. Yanhara began fuming when these random people blocked her view, causing her to release a powerful pressure that also carried a hint of killing intent. Get away from him. If you're going to watch, do it where you're not blocking others' view. The people there quickly scattered away from Yuan when they heard Yanhara's angry voice and felt the threatening aura. However, they didn't completely leave the area and decided to watch from a distance. Is he a gift from the heavens, or are they simply mocking us? Senior Fu mumbled in a dazed voice as she looked at Yuan's face and the Divine Paragon statue back and forth, and the longer she stared, the more she believed that they were the same person. I have heard of many rumors about doppelgangers, but I have never witnessed anything like that in my life until today. Tang Zheng sighed. Although he's a little young right now, in a few years, he will look even more like the founder. When that happens, it will be as though the founder has returned to us. Yanhara spoke as tears flowed down her cheeks. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The place quickly filled with murmurs. Meanwhile, Yuan felt incredibly awkward. This situation made him recall his days in the Yu family, when he was admired by countless people. The way these people looked at him like he was their savior, it brought back bad memories. However, he didn't blame them, nor does he find any fault in their reaction, mostly because he was actually their founder. I have decided. Yanhara suddenly said. And she continued in a loud voice, I, Yanhara, will make it my life's mission to make you the next leader of the Demon Sealing clan. What? Tang Zheng and the others looked at her with wide eyes after her bold declaration. Yanhara, I know you're excited and all because he looks like the founder, but you're going a little too far here. You should calm down and rethink this. Tang Zheng said to her. I am perfectly calm. In fact, I have never been any clearer. He has not only the looks but also the talents to become the next divine paragon. I am sure of that after witnessing everything today. Yanhara said. Tang Zheng could only shake his head at her words, as he knew that it was impossible to change her mind once she's in this kind of mood. Yanhara, I know your feelings, but it's not going to be an easy task. Senior Fu said to her. I know, but it's not like I have anything else better to do. I have been getting bored as a lecturer, anyway. She shrugged. Bored? You've only been a lecturer for 4 years. Senior Fu said. Who cares about such minor details? Yanhara laughed as she approached Yuan. Little founder. I have some good news for you. I, Yanhara, the most talented demon sealer in my generation, have decided to train you to become the next divine paragon. She stood before him while surrounded by a prideful aura. After hearing her words, Yuan only had one question for her. Why? He asked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 761. Published at 15th of February 2022 10:09 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 761. 761 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 761. Red Tyrant, why? What do you mean why? Don't you want to become the best demon sealer in the 9 heavens? Yanhara looked at Yuan with wide eyes, almost as though she couldn't believe he'd even ask such a thing. And she continued, although I may not be the best demon sealer or the best teacher out there, I am definitely a renowned demon sealer with vast experience. I even killed 3 real demons before. If you study under me, I can guarantee you that you will become a great demon sealer. Only 3 demons? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are you looking down on me? 3 demons may sound very little, but you must consider how demons are almost extinct. Most demon sealers nowadays have not even encountered 1 real demon, much less kill 3. Yanhara could see a hint of disappointment in Yuan's gaze and quickly defended herself. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Yuan quickly apologized when he realized that he'd just been disrespectful to her. Yuan was someone who had killed multiple demons, and his kill count was even higher than Yanhara, which he didn't expect as a newbie. However, just because he killed more demons than Yanhara did not mean he had more experience than her, and upon realizing this, he gave it some serious thoughts. I will have to face 11 demons in the near future, so I should acquire as much experience as I can before then. After thinking about it for a moment, Yuan eventually nodded his head and said, Okay, I will better myself as a demon sealer. However, I am not doing this because I want to become the next founder. I just want to be able to defeat demons if I ever come across them. Yanhara, who had been a little dejected, suddenly became elevated after hearing Yuan's words. Even though he doesn't have the aspiration to become the next divine paragon, it was more than enough for her that he wanted to study under her since he might change his mind in the future. Great. Starting today, you are my disciple. Of course, it won't be anything formal. Yanhara said with a bright smile on her face. I understand, Senior Yen. Anyways, you had some questions, right? I can answer them now if you want. Yanhara said to him, not forgetting about his matters. Yes, I wanted to learn more about the demonic realm. Yuan said. The demonic realm? Yanhara looked at him with a questioning gaze. Although that place hasn't been relevant ever since the divine paragon sealed it, I guess it's good to learn about its history. Follow me, I will teach you everything you want to know about the demonic realm. Yuan nodded and followed Xianxia to this room that gave off the atmosphere of a library. Go wait over there for me. I will grab some ancient scrolls about the demonic realm. Xianxia pointed at an empty table in the room. Yuan walked to the table and proceeded to wait for her. A couple of minutes later, Xianxia returned and placed a couple of scrolls on the desk. All right, let's begin, shall we? Yes. Yuan nodded. Let's start with the beginning. Xianxia placed a scroll before him and opened it. The demonic realm was created by a demon known as the Red Tyrant, who was one of the most powerful demons back in the primordial era. After creating this demonic realm, the Red Tyrant made it his base, and it would quickly grow into a home for millions of demons. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Eventually, this Red Tyrant would be known as the Demon God, who ruled over all demons and even humans to a certain extent for thousands of years. After learning about the demonic realm and the Red Tyrant, Yuan asked, I heard multiple times that demons used to rule the 9 heavens. What happened back then? How did demons even come into existence? Nobody really knows how demons came into existence, but there is a legend about the first demon appearing from a massive void that suddenly opened up in the starry sky. A void in the starry sky. Yuan raised his eyebrows. There are also rumors that this demon was the Red Tyrant, hence why he was so powerful, as he is the first demon. Once this demon showed up, almost like ghosts, demons began appearing around the 9 heavens, terrorizing the people there. Since nobody knew about demons and how to defeat them, these demons quickly conquered the 9 heavens with ease. Once that happened, humans were enslaved and became nothing more than playthings and food for these demons. The demons drank their blood, consumed their meat, chewed their bones, all sorts of horrifying things. Fortunately, almost as though the heavens sent him during the 9 heavens' darkest times, a certain individual created techniques that allow cultivators to finally fight back the demons, and that person was the Divine Paragon, founder of the Demon Sealing Clan. Although times have changed and it may not seem like it anymore, the Divine Paragon was more than just a hero to many people, he was a savior and god that saved the 9 heavens. I see. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. I have underestimated the Divine Paragon. He's much more important and exalted than I'd expected. He sighed inwardly. He knew the Divine Paragon was someone important, but he didn't think the Divine Paragon was such a big shot in the divine heavens. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 5th heaven, the sky turned black, and a gaping hole appeared in the sky above the fairy paradise, shocking everybody there. Eventually, the people in the fairy paradise noticed a figure had appeared from the hole, and they watched as this figure slowly descended. Once this person had descended enough, the people in the fairy paradise could finally see this figure's appearance, and he was an old man with this unfathomable aura surrounding him. The master's presence lingers in this place. The old man mumbled in a profound voice as he stared at the fairy paradise beneath him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 762. Published at 15th of February 2022 10:09 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 762. 762 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 762. Immortal Fairy Empress. We have an emergency. A woman came running into the Fairy Empress room shortly after the gaping hole appeared above the fairy paradise. Calm down, I am aware. Fairy Empress said. However, despite her calm voice, her face had a huge frown on it, and she was anything but calm. What is this feeling? I feel an overwhelming presence coming from the hole. I have never experienced anything like this before. The Fairy Empress could feel her entire body shivering from fear when she felt this divine presence. All of you stay alert. I am going to see what's happening. That's too dangerous. You must stay here, Fairy Empress. Then do you want to go out there and investigate the hole for me? The fairy empress narrowed her eyes at the woman, who immediately closed her mouth and lowered her head, her answer clear. I thought so. Fairy empress coldly sneered before flying out the window to approach the hole. However, just as she got close to the sky, she noticed a figure descending from this hole, and she immediately recognized that the divine presence she had been feeling this entire time was caused by this figure. An immortal. He's a true immortal. Fairy Empress cried inwardly as she realized his identity. Even though it was a guess, she had no doubt that this old man was an immortal that had reached an unfathomable level in the cultivation path. The Fairy Empress wanted to go up to the immortal and greet him, but she was also afraid to disturb him at the same time. Therefore, she could only hover in the sky and silently ponder whether she should approach him or not. While the Fairy Empress pondered, she suddenly felt a presence behind her, causing her to turn around. Fuck! The Fairy Empress cursed out loud when she was startled by the old man hovering behind her. When did he appear behind me? I didn't see him move at all, nor did I feel his presence until he allowed me to sense it. The Fairy Empress cried inwardly, as she has never been snuck up on like this before. Despite her shock, the Fairy Empress straightened her back before bowing to the old man. This junior greets senior. The old man looked at her with a nonchalant gaze as he spoke. I am looking for a certain individual. Do you have any descriptions of this person? Fairy Empress asked. I do not. Although she was a little baffled, the Fairy Empress didn't change her expression and continued to ask, then do you know how we can find this person? I do not. The old man repeated. This left the Fairy Empress speechless. How are they supposed to find someone without any information? Is he messing with me? The Fairy Empress wondered inwardly. No, I am not messing with you. The old man suddenly said. The Fairy Empress was dumbfounded when he heard the old man's response, and she thought for a second that she had accidentally spoken out loud just now. Please forgive this junior. She quickly apologized to him while thinking to herself, did he just read my mind? And to her absolute surprise, the old man responded once again, no, I did not read your mind. He's definitely reading my mind. Once she realized this, Fairy Empress immediately cleared her mind and tried her best to not think about anything. Anyways, while I do not have any description about this person, he should be very easy to find. The old man said. Fairy Empress nodded and paid close attention to his next words. This person. He's very talented. He's definitely messing with me. The Fairy Empress cried inwardly. However, the old man said, I know you think I am messing with you, but I am not. This person, he's not your average genius. He's a once-in-lifetime genius. Also, he was only in this place for a brief moment not long ago. His surname should also be Tian. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Not long ago? Fairy Empress raised her eyebrows, and a certain individual appeared in her head. Don't tell me he's looking for the missing Dragon Emperor. Fairy Empress swallowed nervously when she recalled that the old man could read her mind. But to her surprise, he didn't say anything this time. Do you have someone in mind? The old man noticed her expression and asked her. Are you talking about the Dragon Emperor, by any chance? He appeared out of the blue a while ago and vanished just as suddenly. We're also looking for him. Dragon Emperor? Tell me more about him. The old man quickly said. The Fairy Empress nodded and began telling the old man about the Dragon Emperor without giving him all of the details, such as detaining him like a prisoner, as she was afraid that might offend this old man. He called himself Yuan, and he told us that had come to the fifth heaven by accident through a teleport formation. The royal dragon family took him to their household, but he disappeared shortly after. The royal dragon family. The old man suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. The next moment, the Fairy Empress watched as the old man disappeared in front of her like a ghost. She looked around, and once she was certain that he was gone, she released a relieved sigh before flying back to her palace. As for the old man, he went to give the royal dragon family a visit. I can sense his presence here as well. Did he really reincarnate into a dragon emperor? No. That shouldn't be possible. The old man mumbled to himself in a puzzled manner. The old man stopped pondering to himself and went inside the dragon royal family's household without knocking on the door. A moment later, he appeared inside the Dragon King's room. Once inside the room, the old man walked to the bed, where the Dragon King was resting. The old man stared at the Dragon King's sleeping face for a moment before releasing a hint of killing intent. Motherfucker. The Dragon King jumped out of his bed the instant he sensed the killing intent that nearly gave him a heart attack. Of course, a hint of killing intent coming from an immortal would be more than enough to startle even a spirit emperor to death. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 763. Published at 16th of February 2022 6:09 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 763. 763 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 763. Heaven's Mandate. After springing up from his bed, the Dragon King looked around in a confused look. What in the heaven's name was that killing intent just now? The Dragon King was left puzzled when there was nobody in his room. Did I have a nightmare because of my stress? I haven't been able to sleep properly since the Dragon Emperor disappeared, after all. The Dragon King released a deep sigh. However, just as the Dragon King laid back down on the bed, he heard a voice resound inside his room, and the voice sounded like it was responding to him. No, you're not dreaming. The Dragon King's eyes snapped wide open, and that's when he saw the old man standing beside his bed. Fuck. It's a ghost. The Dragon King screamed for his life. Ghost? Can a ghost do this? The old man suddenly released this divine aura that even though the Dragon King has never experienced before, he instinctively as a cultivator knew that this aura belonged to an immortal. I immortal? The Dragon King was even more shocked to learn that he had been woken up by an immortal than a ghost. I am looking for someone. Can you tell me more about this Dragon Emperor that you took to your household not long ago? The Dragon Emperor? It took a while for the Dragon King to process the situation, but when he eventually did, he immediately kowtowed on the bed and apologized. I'm sorry. The Dragon Emperor had disappeared in my home. We have been searching for him non-stop since his disappearance, but we haven't had any luck. The Dragon King mistook the old man as someone the royal dragon family had sent because the Dragon Emperor hasn't returned to his original home. Tell me, why do you call him the Dragon Emperor? And what does he look like? The old man asked the Dragon King even though he already asked the Fairy Empress, as he wanted to confirm the information. Why? He was wearing an authentic pair of golden dragon robes, he had a dragon spatial ring, and he can even use dragon's gaze. The Dragon King responded. And he continued, as for his appearance, he was a young man with long black hair and brown eyes. His face also looked pure and kind. The old man silently pondered. They say he's a Dragon Emperor, but that's only because of his treasures. It doesn't really prove that he's a Dragon Emperor. Anybody can acquire the golden dragon robe and the dragon spatial ring in the upper heavens if they really try. As for his dragon's gaze, the master and the dragon ancestor were like brothers. It wouldn't be weird at all if the dragon ancestor taught him dragon's gaze. You said this Dragon Emperor suddenly disappeared, is that correct? Yes, that is correct. I left him in one of our guest rooms to rest, and when I went to check on him later, he was already gone. And you have no idea where he could have gone? Unfortunately. We have searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him, almost as though he never existed in the first place. The Dragon King stopped talking when he suddenly realized the old man had disappeared. The Dragon King looked around the room, and to make sure the old man wasn't hiding somewhere to startle him again, he walked around the room, even checking his closets. He's really gone. Or maybe he was never here in the first place. Was I hallucinating this entire time? Fuck. I really need some rest. The Dragon King shook his head and went back to bed, quickly falling asleep. Meanwhile, the old man hovered above the dragon royal family without alerting a single soul there. As expected of the master, you're a hard one to find. I thought it would be easier this time, but alas, I would like to investigate a little more, but I am out of time. It won't be long before they arrive. The old man shook his head and disappeared from the fifth heavens the next moment, almost as though head never existed. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. An hour after the old man disappeared from the fifth heaven, the sky suddenly turned golden, and the world became illuminated by this holy light. A massive hole appeared in the sky once again, but it was much larger than the previous. The people of the fifth heaven were shocked by this scene, but what they witnessed next was completely out of their expectations. Fairy Empress. Look! There's so many people descending from the hole in the sky. My eyes are working just fine. The Fairy Empress frowned at the scene. In the sky, 1,000 figures wearing silver armor and standing in a formation appeared from the gaping hole, and they all emitted a heavenly aura that made people subconsciously revere them. There was also a person in front of these soldiers, who was clearly leading this 1,000-strong army. This person was holding onto a large flag that had the words Heaven's Mandate on it, and when people saw this flag, they all got onto their knees and lowered their heads, almost as though they were afraid to confront this flag. Heaven's Mandate. What in heaven's name is the Celestial Emperor's army doing in the fifth heaven? The Fairy Empress muttered to herself in a low voice after she recognized the flag. Even though this is her first time seeing these people, she knew who they were and what they represented at glance. In fact, this was the case for everyone in the fifth heaven. And as the Lord of the fifth heaven, the Fairy Empress was obligated to greet them, and that's exactly what she did after preparing herself. Greetings, Heaven's Mandate. I am the Lord of the fifth heaven, Fairy Empress. She bowed to them in a respectful manner. The man leading the army approached her and spoke in a cold voice, I am General Li, and I am in charge of the third squad of the Heaven's Mandate. We have been tasked with capturing a dangerous criminal by the Celestial Emperor himself, and we have sensed his presence in this world not long ago. Dangerous criminal? The Fairy Empress raised her eyebrows, and for whatever reason, the old man appeared in her mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 764. Published at 16th of February 2022 6:09 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 764. 764 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 764. Stolen Memories, you seem to know something. General Li said when he noticed the Fairy Empress expression. You see, a gaping hole appeared in the sky above the fairy paradise that's right beneath us about an hour before your arrival, and an old man with an unfathomable aura descended from it. Before the Fairy Empress could even finish her sentence, General Li exclaimed, That's him. What did you two speak about? And nothing much. He was looking for a certain individual, but he couldn't give any description or information about this individual. However, he did give me a surname, Tian. The Fairy Empress noticed General Li's face twisting with fear after hearing her words, and she wondered what this was all about. This Tian individual. Have you seen him? General Li asked her after a moment of silence. I don't know. I did tell the old man about a certain individual I came across not long ago, and the old man appeared to be interested in him. Fairy Empress said. Who? Tell me everything you know about this person. There is only one person in the 9 heavens that would make that old man come out of his hiding so blatantly. He must have sensed this person's presence here. The Fairy Empress quickly opened her mouth to respond, but she didn't utter a single word even many moments later. General Li raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. What's the matter, Fairy Empress? However, the Fairy Empress was just as puzzled as General Li. I don't know. I can't remember for some reason. Fairy Empress responded in a dumbfounded voice. I know I have met this person before, but I cannot remember his face or our conversations. It's almost as though it had been wiped from my memories. Fairy Empress continued to explain her phenomenon. Despite Fairy Empress' crazy talk, General Li did not seem to be angry at her. In fact, he had a look of understanding on his face. You just had your memories stolen by the old man. General Li said, shocking the Fairy Empress. What do you mean I had my memories stolen? She asked. The old man has a forbidden technique that can steal one's memories. He usually surprises his victims before taking away their memories, as that makes it easier for him to steal your memories. General Li explained to him. Fairy Empress' eyes widened with surprise upon learning about this information. Is this why the old man scared her by appearing behind her like a ghost? He did that to steal my memories? But I didn't even realize my memories had been stolen, and I probably would have never realized it if General Li never told me. Why did he not steal my memories of him? Wouldn't that be more logical? Fairy Empress asked a moment later. Because he's arrogant like that. He is aware that we've been chasing him, and he purposefully allowed us to chase him. The reason he left your memories of him is so that we could confirm his presence had been here. After pondering for a bit, Fairy Empress spoke. Even though he'd stolen my memories, there are other people that have seen this person he's looking for. However, General Li shook his head and said, that won't work. The moment the old man stole your memories, he would know everyone that's involved and steal their memories as well. Although I am confident that's the case, we will still investigate just in case he'd slip up. After all, it's been thousands of years since he last showed up. Fairy Empress swallowed nervously. She then led General Li and his people to see those who had met with Yuan before. Even though her memories had been stolen, it was only her memories of meeting and speaking with Yuan. Sometime later, General Li met with Elder Shui and the disciples that had met with Yuan before. Of course, the ladies were surprised to see so many men inside the fairy paradise. However, it was not as though the Fairy Empress could do anything about the situation, as these people were working directly for the Celestial Emperor, the most powerful individual in the 9 heavens. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Have you seen an old man recently? Fairy Empress asked them. And to her surprise, all of them nodded their heads. I thought I was only seeing things. The old man appeared behind me like a ghost while I was working inside my room, but when I blinked, he was gone. Elder Shui said. That happened to me as well. I was taking a bath in the lake when I noticed an old man staring at me from behind the trees. I was terrified at that time, but when I looked again, he had vanished like a ghost. Everybody there recalled their experience with the creepy old man who was appearing and vanishing like a real ghost. General Li wasn't surprised, but just in case, he asked them about their encounter with Yuan. In the end, of them could remember Yuan's face or their conversations with him, but they could remember their encounter with him. Sometime later, General Li said to the Fairy Empress, if he ever shows up again or you remember something about this Tian, use this jade slip to contact me. General Li and his 1,000-strong army departed the fairy paradise and went to the royal dragon family. Inside the royal guest room, the Dragon King sat before General Li with a profound frown on his face. I cannot remember this person's face or name, but I do recall his identity as a Dragon Emperor. The Dragon King said. Dragon Emperor? General Li raised his eyebrows. Yes, the old man asked me about the Dragon Emperor. I remember taking the Dragon Emperor to our home, but he disappeared shortly after. That's the extent of my memories. The Dragon King sighed. And he asked General Li, if you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for this old man? I thought he was only a hallucination of mine because of my lack of sleep. After a moment of silence, General Li spoke in a solemn voice. The day the old man reunites with Tian, the 9 heavens will erupt with chaos. That's all I can say since that's all I know. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 765. Published at 19th of February 2022 11:18 and 10 seconds AM. Chapter 765. 765 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 765. Within the seventh heaven, the 9 heavens will erupt with chaos. That sounds like a calamity I don't want to experience. The Dragon King muttered in a dazed voice. He could have never imagined how serious the situation was, and he couldn't fathom how an old man meeting with someone could possibly start a calamity in the 9 heavens. Anyways, I will speak with everyone that has encountered this person. The old man wiped from their memories just in case they remember. General Li said to the Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded his head and proceeded to send everyone that had encountered Yuan to speak with General Li. In the end, all of them had their memories stolen from them. That old man stole our memories? How is that even possible? He never even got close to me. The victims were in disbelief after learning about it. The old man possesses an ancient technique that allows him to steal your memories. Although it loses its effects in the upper heavens, this technique works flawlessly against cultivators with inferior cultivation. Anyways, I have spent enough time here. I must return and report my findings to the Celestial Emperor. General Li left the royal dragon family's household shortly after and returned to the upper heavens with the rest of the heavens mandate. Meanwhile, somewhere in the upper heavens, the old man returned to the jade tablet and sighed. After looking at their memories of you, I am reminded of your brilliance during your prime days. Oh, how I wish I could watch you grow this time as well, but alas, it seems like fate is trying its hardest to keep me away from you. This must be those bastards doing. Unfortunately for them, not even fate can hold you down now. It will only be a matter of time before you return to us and seize the heaven that you rightfully own. The old man lowered his body until he was on his knees, and he kowtowed to the jade tablet in a revering manner, almost as though he was praying to his god. While all of this was happening, Yuan was listening to Xianxia talk about the demonic realm. And soon after the divine paragon sealed off the demonic realm, pretty much everyone had forgotten about it, as it was no longer of their concern. Any questions? Xianxia asked him. Just one. Yuan nodded, and he continued to ask, where is the demonic realm right now? Where? Xianxia raised her eyebrows, wondering to herself why he wanted to know such information, as it sounded like he wanted to go there. It's located in the 7th heaven, and it's heavily guarded by the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto to make sure nobody messes with the seal. Why do you want to know? Do you want to visit the place? Xianxia had to ask him. Yuan didn't lie and confirmed her suspicions. Yes, I am a little interested in the demonic realm, and I was wondering if I could take a look at it. Unfortunately, only those at the top of the Demon Sealing Clan are allowed to get close to the demonic realm. Anybody that tries to get close without permission, regardless of their identity, will be slain. The Demon Sealing Clan takes the safety of the seal extremely seriously, after all. If you really want to visit the place, you will need to increase your influence within the Demon Sealing Clan. If you become the leader, you can go anywhere you want. Xianxia said with a suggestive smile on her face. You really want me to become the leader, huh? Yuan couldn't help but smile at her stubbornness. If you become the leader, it will almost be like the divine paragon has returned, like living a historical event. I will think about it. Yuan sighed. Please do. Xianxia chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan asked Xianxia, now that I am an advanced demon sealer, can I take a look at the demon sealing techniques? Sure thing. Follow me. Xianxia stood up and brought Yuan to another room, where 12 jade tablets existed. Yuan immediately began looking through the tablets, and he realized that he recognized a couple of these techniques from his memories. As the creator of these techniques, he should recognize all of these techniques, but he only recovered a small portion of his memories, hence his situation. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I'm going to spend a few days here if you don't mind. Yuan turned to look at Xianxia. You can stay here for as long as you'd like. If you have any questions, I will always be here. Xianxia said. She then retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring before handing it to him. This is my communication jade slip. Use this to contact me whenever you're in the Grand Library and have any questions. Thank you. Yuan accepted the jade slip. Then I will leave you alone for now. Yanhara said to him before leaving the place. Once he was left alone, Yuan sat before one of the jade tablets and began trying to comprehend the technique. While Yuan focused on the jade tablets, the other cultivators there would watch him from a distance. Isn't he the rumored little founder? I think so. He looks so much like the divine paragon statue. I thought it was a hoax, but now that I am seeing him with my own eyes, I feel a little foolish. The people in the room wanted to approach Yuan out of curiosity, but seeing how he was focused on the jade tablet, nobody bothered him. I heard he accepted Senior Yen as his lecturer. What a lucky one. Many people want to be taught by her, but she always refuses them. I think he is her first student. I would be surprised if she didn't accept him. Didn't you know that she's a huge divine paragon fanatic? Rumor has it that she's even part of some cult that treats the divine paragon as their god. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 766. Published at 21st of February 2022 5:09 and 32 seconds AM. Chapter 766. 766. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 766. Divine Paragon Fanatics. A couple of days have passed since Yuan started studying the divine rank demon sealing techniques, and he has managed to learn all 12 techniques in this short time. It's almost time for me to visit the Qi family. Thankfully, I managed to learn all of these techniques before then. Yuan thought to himself as he prepared to leave. However, right as he prepared to log off, Yanhara showed up in the room and said to him, "Little founder, I want you to meet a few of my friends." Huh? Yuan turned to look at the entrance, and to his surprise, there was a small group of beautiful women being led by Yanhara. The moment these beautiful women laid their eyes on Yuan, they began screaming, the excitement type of scream. Wah! It's really him. I am having a hard time believing it even though he's standing right there. Heavens! He really looks like the divine paragon. I thought you were exaggerating, but alas. I'm sorry for doubting you, senior sister. The group of women quickly surrounded Yuan and even started touching him as though he was a doll. Hey! I told you girls that you cannot touch him. Yanhara quickly intervened. Sorry, little founder. These girls are all big fans of the divine paragon, and they begged me to take them to you after they heard the rumors. It's all right, Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. He wasn't unfamiliar with being idolized. In fact, he has been in even more crowded situations. Excuse me, little founder. Can I take a picture of you? One of the ladies there suddenly asked him. Huh? A picture? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He wondered how taking pictures work in this world. I will give you this treasure as a compensation. The woman then showed him a beautiful necklace that radiated with a profound aura. Whoa! Are you seriously going to trade that treasure for a picture, junior sister? Yuan silently stared at the necklace for a moment before shaking his head. It's fine, I don't need the treasure. It's just a picture, right? I will do it for free. Yuan said to her. Really? Thank you. Really? Thank you, little founder. The woman was ecstatic by the results. Please, follow me. The woman said to him. Yuan nodded and followed her to the area with the divine paragon statue. Can you stand beside the statue and look in my direction? Sure. Once Yuan was standing beside the statue, the woman said, Now can you do this pose? Seeing her pose, Yuan placed his arms behind his back like a scholar. Great. Now give me the best smile you've got. Yuan pondered for a moment before putting a gentle smile on his face. That's perfect. Now stay like that for a few minutes. The woman suddenly retrieved a large piece of blank paper and a brush, and she quickly began drawing on the piece of paper while staring at Yuan the entire time. This is what she meant by taking a picture. Yuan was dumbfounded by the results. He could have never predicted that she would start drawing him on the spot with a brush. About 15 minutes later, the woman finally stopped looking at Yuan to look at the result of her art. Perfect. The woman exclaimed in a trembling voice. She then turned the paper around to show Yuan her work, and to his absolute surprise, the art looked incredibly surreal, almost as though he was actually living inside the painting. What do you think? She asked him. I am speechless. I have never seen such a beautiful painting before, and it only took you a few minutes to draw such a masterpiece. Yuan couldn't fathom it. The woman didn't change her brush during the entire process, so he expected the painting to be black and white, but when he saw the painting, it was vivid with colors. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. You may not believe it, but she's actually a really famous painter within the 9 heavens. Xianxia said to him. There are many people out there that wish to be painted by her, and it would usually cost them an arm and leg. Xianxia chuckled. This is actually her first time seeing this woman willing to draw someone for free. In fact, she even wanted to pay to paint him. Anyways, I demand a copy of that painting, Sister Sunday. I am the reason you got that painting today, after all. Sister Sun nodded and said, Don't worry, I will make a copy for everyone in the family. Family? Your siblings? Yuan asked. Not that kind of family. Xianxia showed him a mysterious smile. Seeing her weird smile, Yuan figured that it would be for the best if he didn't ask about it. Little founder, here. Sister Sun suddenly extended her hand to him. Yuan looked at the necklace in her hand and shook his head. I already said I don't need any payment. I know. This is not a payment. This is a gift to celebrate our encounter. That's all. Although Yuan was still reluctant to accept such a precious-looking treasure, he had to accept it when Sister Sun basically forced it into his hands. Thank you. Yuan said to her afterward. Sometime later, Yuan said to Xianxia, Senior, I will be away for a while. I don't know when I will return to this place. That's completely fine, but try to show up a month from now. There will be a competition amongst demon sealers. I will tell you more about it when the time comes. Okay. A month, right? I will be here. After speaking with the ladies for a couple more minutes, Yuan logged off Cultivation online and began his preparations for his trip to the Qi family. Near the end of the day, the manager showed up to his house to notify him that they will be leaving tomorrow. Meet me in the front at sunrise. She said to him. I understand. Yuan acknowledged. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 767. Published at 21st of February 2022 5:09 and 31 seconds AM. Chapter 767. 767. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 767. Fearing for his life. By the way, how long will I be staying with the Qi family? Yuan asked the manager before she left. You can leave whenever you want, she said to him as she walked away. That night, Chu Liuxiang asked him, You'll be visiting my master's family tomorrow, right? Can I come with you? The mountain lord said that I should go alone since the Qi family doesn't like guests. Yuan said. I see. How long will you be gone for? I'm not sure, but I will try to come back as soon as possible. Stay safe out there. The only one I need to be wary of is your master. I hope she doesn't hold a grudge after because I left her sealed. Yuan sighed. Master may be arrogant and a little hot-headed, she's not an unreasonable person. If you speak with her, I'm sure she'll forgive you. I hope so. Good night, darling. Good night. The following morning, Yuan met up with the manager, who was waiting at the front of his building in a luxurious red car. Get in the back, she said to him. Once Yuan was in the car, the manager took off and began driving down the mountain. However, the speed she was descending the mountain at was a little unnaturally fast. Yuan quickly realized that the manager was a reckless driver who would drift at even the slightest curve in the road, and she was basically speeding down the mountain at a ridiculous speed. Yuan has never really feared for his life outside of, but riding in the same car as the manager made him feel insecure about his safety, and he worried that they might die at any moment. Once they left the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan expected the manager to slow down, but alas, she only sped up. Shouldn't you slow down a little? Yuan could no longer stay silent and said to her. Why? The manager said, dumbfounding him. Why? It's dangerous to be going this fast, not to mention illegal. Well, be fine. The manager said in a nonchalant manner before increasing the speed by 10 more miles. By now, they were going at least 140 miles per hour, and Yuan was prepared to jump out of the car at any moment. After a few minutes of this madness, Yuan could hear the sound of police sirens blaring from behind them. However, instead of stopping for the police, the manager actually increased the speed. She's crazy. Yuan cried inwardly. He never expected the manager to be such a lunatic, and he swore to himself that he would never sit in a car with her ever again as long as she was behind the wheels. The police sirens only got louder as more and more police cars appeared behind them, yet the car continued to zoom forward. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious lot that had a dozen airplanes and even private jets stationed. Once they arrived before a specific red jet, the manager finally stopped the car. The moment their car stopped, the police cars that had been chasing them immediately surrounded the car. Get out of the vehicle with your hands up. One of the policemen shouted with a megaphone right in front of his mouth. What now? Yuan asked. The manager didn't respond to him and took out her own megaphone before speaking into it with a tranquil voice. Why don't you idiots run the license already and get out of my way? When the police heard her words, they immediately ran her car's license plate through their system. Once the results came in, the entire place turned dead silent. Yuan could see the police mumbling to each other, but he couldn't hear their words. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A few minutes later, the policeman with the megaphone spoke again, but he sounded more respectful this time. There has been a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. We'll leave you alone right now. What? Yuan was baffled by the police's confusing response. He thought they were only playing along for the heck of it, but sure enough, the police returned to their cars before driving away as though nothing had happened. This is the influence of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and as long as you live within the mountain, you represent us. Never forget this. The manager suddenly said to him. You caused all of this chaos just to prove this point? Yuan was utterly speechless. No, this is how I normally drive. The manager then got out of the car and said to him, let's go. Yuan immediately frowned when he saw the manager walking towards the jet before them. Don't tell me you're going to drive this plane as well? He asked her while silently hoping that was not the case. No, I am not. Yuan sighed a breath of relief after hearing her words, but he almost choked on air after hearing her next sentence. You're going to be the one driving it. You want a blind man with no experience to drive a plane? Is this some kind of punishment you're giving me because of what I did to the Chu family? Yuan had a feeling that she was making things difficult for him on purpose as a way to punish him. I have no idea what you're talking about. As for driving the plane, even a 10-year-old can do it. Hurry up and get on the plane already. We're going to be late at this rate. The manager said as she entered the plane. What about your car? Just leave it there. Somebody will take care of it later, she said. Once they were both inside the plane, the manager shut the door and led him to the cockpit. She pointed at the obvious red button and said, just press that button and the plane will enter autopilot. I am going to sleep, so you're going to watch the plane. Don't press anything else unless you want to crash the plane. And without explaining anything else, the manager went to one of the rooms in the back to sleep, leaving Yuan alone and dumbfounded in the cockpit. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 768. Published at 21st of February 2022 6:18 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 768, 768. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 768. Qi family. After staring at the red button for a few minutes, Yuan eventually gave up and pressed it, his fingers trembling while doing so. Immediately after pressing the button, the plane began to move, and Yuan watched as the plane turned towards the flight path and started moving without needing him to do anything. A few moments later, they were in the air. Seeing that they were flying without any problems, Yuan released a sigh of relief, but even then, he could not leave the cockpit unattended, so he sat in one of the two chairs and proceeded to just enjoy the scenery with his divine sense. Of course, since he was using divine sense, he was able to see the manager sleeping peacefully inside her room. She really went to sleep. He thought she was only saying that to mess with him, but turns out she was telling the truth. And while he sat in the cockpit, Yuan would use this time to continue trying to learn technique transmission. 8 hours later, Yuan noticed the plane tilting downwards. It's descending. This should mean we're close to the Qi family. Half an hour later, the plane landed itself on a medium-sized island surrounded by water. The Qi family really lives on an island. Sometime later, Yuan left the cockpit and went to knock on the manager's door. Manager, we have arrived. However, the manager remained sleeping inside. Yuan knocked on the door a couple more times before going into her room and shaking her awake. Manager, wake up. We have landed. Huh? The manager sat up on the bed with a drowsy expression and saliva drooling from her mouth. She stared at Yuan for a moment before snapping out of her daze and shouting with a flushed face, "Gee, get out. I will be with you later." All right. Yuan said with a smile on his face, which only made the manager's face flush even more. After leaving the plane, Yuan waited for the manager, who showed up 5 minutes later with a cold expression on her face, and she looked more angry than normal. Follow me, she said as she walked ahead. Meanwhile, a few miles ahead, the Qi family was preparing for the meeting. Qi Fang, come with us. There's going to be a meeting with the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain soon. Apparently, the Lord wants us to work with someone to deal with the demons in the mountain. An old man said to a beautiful woman when he encountered her in the hallways. Okay. Qi Fang nodded, and she followed him into the meeting room. Once they were seated, Qi Fang said, I know the 11 demons within the Dragon Spiral Mountain is a calamity waiting to happen, but we should deal with our own problem before we help others. I know what you're thinking, but we're also receiving help from him. This person they're sending here, he will assist us with our problem. Who is this person, anyway? The Lord didn't give any specifics, but he did guarantee us that he's very experienced with demons. Experienced with demons? Qi Fang frowned upon hearing this. I swear to God, if it's that bastard. Meanwhile, after walking for about half an hour, Yuan and the manager arrived before the Qi family's household. Once they were at the front gate, the manager rang the bell and waited for a response. A few moments later, a middle-aged woman wearing traditional clothing showed up to open the gate. Welcome to the Qi family, manager. The elders are expecting your presence in the meeting room. The manager and Yuan entered the estate and followed the middle-aged woman to a medium-sized building shaped like a pavilion beside the main household. The middle-aged woman knocked on the door and said out loud, Elders, the manager and her friend have arrived. Let them in. A voice quickly responded. The middle-aged woman opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Once they entered the building, Yuan immediately felt an unpleasant gaze directed at him, and when he looked at this person giving him the glares, it was a familiar face. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Sure enough, it was Senior Qi, who was also known as Qi Fang. "Welcome, manager and little friend." An old man stood up and greeted them with clasped hands. Yuan returned his greetings and said, "Good morning, my name is Yuan." Yuan? The one who assisted the 6 spiritual families in subjugating the demon? I heard about you. I didn't think you would be the one coming here today. The old woman sitting beside the old man said. "By the way, I am Qi Huan," she added. "I'm Qi Man, retired patriarch of the Qi family." The old man said. "Qi Fang." Senior Qi said in a low voice. "HM? What's the matter, Qier? Why do you have a frown on your face?" Qi Man asked her. "It's nothing." Qi Fang stopped frowning the next moment. Nobody in the Qi family was aware of her fight with Yuan, as it was too embarrassing for her to admit that she'd lost to a junior like him. "Anyways, have a seat." Qi Huan pointed at the chairs. Once they sat down, the manager said, "As the Lord has promised, Yuan will help you with your problem. In return, you will help us with our problem." "Of course. If he can really assist us, we will spare no effort dealing with your demons." "Huh? You never told me anything about helping them," Yuan suddenly said. "You didn't?" The Qi family turned to look at the manager with raised eyebrows. "I forgot," said the manager in a calm voice. She then turned to look at Yuan and continued, "You will be helping them kill a demon." "What?" Yuan exclaimed. He thought he came here to make friends with the Qi family, not kill demons for them. Furthermore, why would they need his help when they are all demon sealers themselves? It made no sense. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 769. Published at 23rd of February 2022 4:09 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 769. 769 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 769. Entering seclusion. Wait a second. Why do you need my help killing a demon? Aren't you guys a demon sealing clan? If you need my help killing your demon, how will you help us with our 11 demons? Yuan asked them what was on his mind. I understand your confusion, so allow me to explain it to you. Qi Man said. And he continued, although we are indeed a family that has dedicated itself to dealing with demons since ancient times, we do not actually have the capability to kill demons, only prolong their seal. There is a powerful demon that is currently sealed on this island, but its seal is getting weaker. We have been resealing this demon since ancient times, and it has gotten to the point where our techniques are no longer effective on it, so it will eventually break out of its seal and kill us all, and it is only a matter of time before it happens. We heard rumors that the 6 spiritual families had managed to kill a demon, but we do not entirely believe such a rumor. After all, the 6 spiritual families do not have the capability to seal demons, much less kill them. Since you were there, can you enlighten us on how such a thing happened? We tried asking them about it, but they refused to tell us the truth. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, because I was the one who killed the demon, and they hid the fact to protect me. The room immediately fell silent. Qi Fang already knew this fact, but her grandparents were hearing this information for the first time, so they wore shocked expressions on their faces afterward. Why you killed the demon? How? Qi Man eventually snapped out of his daze to ask. Sorry, it's not that I don't want to tell you, I just don't know how to explain it. Yuan shook his head. The old couples exchanged looks with each other. After a moment of silence, Qi Man stood up and said, Follow me. I will show you the demon. Yuan nodded and followed them outside. After following this narrow path to an open area, Yuan could see over a dozen people guarding this large tree on a small hill. When they got close, the guards greeted the old couple. Let us through. My friend here would like to see the demon. Qi Man said. The guards turned to look at Yuan and nodded silently, not that they had any choice. Once they were on the hill, Chi-Man pointed at the tree and said, "There is a demon sealed within this tree. Go around it and you should see it." Yuan nodded and walked around this tree, and sure enough, he could see a hideous-looking demon with a bulky body coexisting with this tree. Dong! The moment Yuan approached this demon, the entire island began shaking. It won't be long before this demon breaks out of its seal. This is already the 4th earthquake this month. Chi Huan sighed. Do you think you can kill it without breaking it out of its seal? Chi-Man asked him. In order to kill a demon, you must separate its core with the body or destroy the demon faster than it can regenerate. Yuan said. Since it's sealed, I won't be able to extract its core without breaking it out of the seal. As for the second method, I'm not sure I am capable of killing a demon, but I can try. Really? Does this mean you'll help us? Chi Huan asked him. I will help you if you accept one of my conditions. What condition? I get to keep its demon core after killing it. Demon core? Chi-Man raised his eyebrows. This is his first time hearing about such a thing. If you kill the demon, it's only natural that you get whatever it leaves behind. Okay. I will need to prepare first. Yuan said. Whatever you need, my Chi family will supply it. I don't need anything, only time and a place where I cannot be disturbed. After all, he only needed to learn the heaven-splitting sword strike to kill the demon. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I know the perfect place. Follow me. Yuan then followed Chi-Man back down the hill and onto another path, which led him to a large cave. Immortal caves? Yuan raised his eyebrows. That's right. This is our Chi family's immortal caves. The spiritual energy here is the best, and you won't be disturbed by anybody. How long do you think you will need to prepare? Chi-Man then asked. A week to be safe. I understand. Chi-Man nodded. Yuan then turned to the manager and asked her, Can you let my friends back at home know about the situation? I don't want them to worry when I don't return even after a week. The manager silently nodded. Thank you. Yuan entered one of the available immortal caves shortly after and went into seclusion to learn the heaven-splitting sword strike. Once Yuan went into seclusion, the Chi family and the manager returned to the household. Do you really think he is capable of killing the demon? He looks too young. Chi Huan expressed her worries to the manager. After a moment of silence, the manager said, I don't know, but the Lord seems to believe in his abilities. Well, I think he's a lot more capable than he appears. Chi Fong suddenly said. The old couple turned to look at her and said, You have been acting weird all day long. Do you, by any chance, know that boy? Chi Fang's eyebrows twitched after hearing their words, and after releasing a deep sigh, she decided to tell them the truth, at least some of it. Yes, I know him. We met very briefly at the Chu family, and we had an exchange with each other. It was during that time that I experienced for myself a little of what he's capable of, and he's a lot stronger than he looks. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 770. Published at 23rd of February 2022 4:09 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 770. 770 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 770. I will handle it. After speaking with the Chi family, the manager called Mixia's phone to let her know about the situation. Hello? This is the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Is this Mixia's phone number? Yes, this is Meishio speaking. Did something happen to Yuan? Meishio quickly asked about Yuan. No, I am just calling to let you know that he will be staying at the Chi family for a little longer than anticipated. I understand. Can I speak to him? Meishio asked after a moment of silence. Unfortunately, he's currently in seclusion, so he will not be able to speak with you. W8. What do you mean by that? Why is he in seclusion? The manager proceeded to explain the whole situation to Meishio. He's going to fight a demon? Wuxia's anxious voice resounded after hearing everything. Not exactly. He's going to exterminate a sealed demon. How is that any different? Meishio frowned. Does it really matter? In the end, he agreed to it. How long will this take? About a week, said the manager. I understand. I will tell the others. Just make sure he's safe. As much as I hate that idea, it is my job as the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain to keep its residents safe. No matter how much I dislike that resident. Once the connection stopped, Meishio went to notify the others about the situation while the manager and the Qi family waited for Yuan to emerge from his seclusion. A week passed by in a flash, and during this time, the island shook 3 more times. Is he coming out of his seclusion anytime soon? It's already been a week, and the demon is showing signs of unsealing. Qi Fang complained as she stood in front of Yuan's immortal cave with the others. You know what? I think we should go inside and see what the hell is taking him so long. We don't have any more time. Just as Qi Fang began approaching the immortal cave, a figure emerged from the cave entrance. Took you long enough. I sincerely hope that you're fully prepared. It's been a week. Qi Fang said to Yuan, who just finished his seclusion. Sorry, it took longer than expected. Yuan said. Since the heaven-splitting sword strike is actually part of another divine rank technique, he had to improve his heaven's secret art first, which is harder than learning even an ancient rank technique. I am ready to kill the demon. Let's go. Yuan then said. Sometime later, they arrived at the tree on the hill. So, how are you going to exterminate it? Qi Man asked once they were standing in front of the sealed demon that had cracks appearing all over its body. I am going to destroy it using my technique. Technique? A demon sealing technique? No, it's a powerful technique that can obliterate everything in its path. I have killed a demon before using this technique. Yuan said. Stay back. I don't want anybody to be caught up in the blast. Once everybody was at a safe distance, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and started gathering all of the spiritual energy in the air. What the heck is he doing? Qi Fang mumbled in a low voice. I don't know, but whatever he's doing, it's going to be big and powerful. The manager said in a dazed voice. She has never seen such a massive amount of spiritual energy gathered in one spot before. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan took his time gathering as much spiritual energy as he could since he didn't want to take any chances with this bulky demon. While Yuan gathered his strength, the island began shaking again. The demon. It's pulsating with light. Qi Huan pointed at the demon in the tree that was glowing red in a heartbeat rhythm. This is the closest they have seen a demon being unsealed, and they were getting goosebumps all over their bodies. A few minutes later, Yuan was finally finished with charging his strike. After taking a deep breath, Yuan swung his sword and released all of the spiritual energies that he had gathered, shooting a bright beam of light at the sealed demon. Boom! The beam consumed the entire tree and most of the hill, instantly evaporating it. This shocked the Qi family and the manager, as they have never seen anything this destructive before. It's just like a nuclear weapon. Qi Man mumbled in a dazed voice. Yuan fell to his knees and began gasping for air after releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike, feeling as though half of his energy had been drained from that one attack. However, before he could even catch his breath, he suddenly heard Qi Fang's screaming voice, Yuan. In front of you. Yuan immediately used his divine sense to look at the scene before him, and to his absolute shock and horror, there was a glob of red slimy substance on the ground that was moving around as though it was alive. I didn't manage to kill it? Did I not use enough spiritual energy? No. I used even more than the last time. This demon must be far stronger than the one in the mystic realm. Yuan turned to look at the Qi family and shouted at them, leave this place immediately. I will handle the demon. Are you sure? We can assist you. Qi Fang said out loud. I am sure. Just leave. I will handle it. Trust me. Qi Fang looked at the others and they all nodded at each other before leaving the place to alert the others. Shortly after the others left, the red substance started forming into a large, bulky figure, and in just a few moments, it managed to completely recover, becoming a full demon again. It silently stared at Yuan with a calm expression for a moment before showing an ugly smile on its face, that hurt like hell. Human. You're going to pay for waking this Supreme One up in such a rude fashion. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 771. Published at 26th of February 2022, 10:39 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 771. 771. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 771. Toying with the demon. I thought you demons couldn't feel pain. Yuan said to the demon in a calm voice after hearing its words. And calling yourself the Supreme One when you're just a lowly demon that had been sealed for heaven knows how long. You're full of it. Oh. You not only dare to speak back to me but also mock me? Since when have humans become so brave? The grin on the demon's face grew wider, and its bloodlust and aura continued to rise. It only has the strength of a spirit grandmaster. How did it survive my heaven-splitting sword strike? And it looks slightly different compared to the other demons I have encountered so far. Yuan wondered to himself. Furthermore, demons would normally get angry at the slightest provocation, yet this demon managed to remain calm despite Yuan's mockery. There was just something different about this demon. The demon looked at its surroundings and asked, how long have I been sealed? And where am I? You're asking the wrong person. And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Is that so? Then I have no reason to keep you alive any longer. I will kill you and find someone else to entertain me, and then I will replenish my strength by eating everyone in this place. The demon stretched its thick neck left and right as it slowly approached Yuan in a menacing manner. Once it was halfway to Yuan, it suddenly disappeared from its spot. Yuan quickly raised the Empyrean Overlord in front of him in a defensive manner, and the next second, he was sent flying backward by a powerful strike from the demon. You managed to block my strike. Even though my strength has diminished greatly after being sealed for so long, it's still very impressive. This is going to be fun. The bulky demon laughed out loud. This demon is strong. Yuan quickly stabilized himself after being sent flying. However, he wasn't feeling worried even in the slightest. In fact, he was even a little excited. Even though the artificial demons are very useful, they cannot compare to real demons. I'm going to take this chance to practice with a real demon. Yuan could have sealed the demon while it was still recovering. However, he purposefully allowed the demon to fully recover just so he could use it as a training puppet. It was an incredibly selfish and risky thing to do, as it could backfire on him and the Qi family, but Yuan went ahead and risked it anyway for some reason. Yuan began approaching the demon and said, if you don't hurry up and kill me, I will seal you again, and this time, you won't be able to escape ever again. The bulky demon's muscles began moving around like there were live worms in its body after hearing Yuan's words that had clearly affected it. You just gave me another reason to kill you. The demon suddenly disappeared from its spot again, but it did not escape from Yuan's divine sense. Ha! Yuan turned around and swung the Empyrean Overlord with incredible force. The demon that had just appeared behind him subconsciously blocked the strike with its bare arms. The Empyrean Overlord tore right through the demon's arms and severed them before sending the demon's body flying into the distance. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad at all. The demon laughed as its body clashed into dozens of trees. Once it regained its footing, the demon leaped into the air and began throwing spears made out of its blood at Yuan. Seal. Yuan roared, and a powerful ripple of demon-sealing aura swept the scene, instantly halting the blood spears midair and turning them into stone. Feeling slight stiffness in its body, the demon frowned, and it stopped taking the situation lightly and saw Yuan as a real threat. Meanwhile, Qifeng stopped running after a few minutes. "Why are you stopping?" Qi Huan asked her. Qifeng frowned and said, "This doesn't feel right at all. Why do we have to run like some coward? We are the Qi family. I am not going to let him fight the demon alone. I have been training for this day even before I could start walking. You guys can go ahead and go back to the Qi family. I am going to go help him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." And without waiting for a response, Qifeng began running back the way she came from. "I will go after her," the manager said to the old couple before chasing after Qifeng. "Shit!" Qi-man cursed out loud before turning to look at the guards that guarded the sealed demons before and continued, "Go back and warn the family. We cannot let a guest do our jobs for us." "Yes. I will come with you," Qi Huan said to him, and they also started running back to the hill. However, when they returned to the hill, they were shocked to see the destruction that had ravaged the place. Most of the trees there were either destroyed or burned, and there were many holes and even ground fissures as far as their eyes could see. How the hell did they manage to cause such destruction in just a few minutes? Qifeng cried out loud when she saw the scenery. Boom! The earth shook with loud noises that sounded like thunder every few seconds, but it was not an earthquake, and the sky was as clear as it could be. "They're over there." Qi-man suddenly pointed to two figures fighting in the distance. However, when they looked closely, they realized that it was not even a fight at all, but a one-sided beatdown. Heavens! He really didn't need our help. Qi Huan mumbled in a dazed voice as she watched Yuan toss the demon around with his giant sword. Yuan's attacks were so relentless and fierce that the demon could barely react to them, and when the demon would try to retaliate, he would seal the demon's body just enough so that it could not move without completely sealing it. This bastard. He's toying with the demon. Qifeng was in disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 772. Published at 26th of February 2022, 10:39 and 8 seconds AM. Chapter 772. 772. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 772. How will it taste? What in God's name is going on? How is he doing that? Qi-man mumbled in a voice of disbelief as he watched Yuan throw the demon left and right like some kind of stress toy. Do you think he still needs our help? Qi Huan asked in a sarcastic tone. Suddenly, the demon released a deafening roar that shook the world. How dare a puny human play with me? I will make you pay. I will make you pay. The demon's body began growing larger and larger until it was nearly twice its original size, becoming a mini giant. Yuan had seen this kind of transformation before from the demon at the Jaded Garden, so he knew that he should stop playing around and actually take care of the demon once and for all before he makes a mistake and gets himself and everyone killed. The demon released another loud roar before summoning two large greatswords with its own blood and wielding it. It then leaped at Yuan with intense bloodlust radiating from its body. However, before it could even begin falling back down, the demon felt something pierce its face. It wasn't painful, but its vision blacked out for a second, and when its vision recovered after the gaping hole in its face was healed, the demon could see that Yuan had suddenly appeared in front of it. In the end, you weren't anything too special besides being a decent punching bag, Yuan said to the demon right before extending his empty hand towards the demon's chest and grabbing the red crystal embedded within, tearing it right out of its body. The demon fell directly to the ground afterward, but it wasn't dead yet. It slowly got back to its feet and looked at Yuan with a puzzled face. What the fuck are you doing? Did you really think that by removing my crystal that it'd kill me? The demon asked Yuan. You can beat me up as much as you want, but you won't kill me, and you will eventually run out of spiritual energy. You can try to seal me, but that also will only prolong your life by a little longer. You don't have the capabilities to kill me. The demon suddenly halted its speech when it realized that its crystal was not returning to its body. Normally, when their crystal is removed, it would return to their body just like the rest of their body, hence the demon's confusion at this moment. You said that you wouldn't die even if I destroyed this crystal, right? Let's test that theory. Yuan showed the demon his hand, where its crystal was resting. The demon immediately began sweating profusely. The reason the demon said that it wouldn't die even if Yuan destroyed the crystal was simply because it didn't think that Yuan had the capabilities to truly destroy the crystal, since it would simply recover just like the rest of its body. That's not possible. Why you? Who are you? The demon roared at Yuan. You don't recognize me? I thought all demons would recognize my face. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why the fuck would I recognize a nobody like? The demon suddenly halted mid-sentence again, and it narrowed its eyes to focus on Yuan's face. Perhaps its memories haven't fully resurfaced after being sealed for so long, but as it stared at Yuan's face, the more it got the feeling that it'd seen him somewhere before. After digging through its memories, the demon finally realized why Yuan looked so familiar. Why you? It can't be. The demon began shaking from top to bottom, and its prideful face became filled with fear. What did I use to say? Yuan suddenly began pondering for some reason. Oh, right. When he remembered, he slowly approached the demon with a mysterious smile on his face. This was the perfect chance for the demon to strike, but it was so stricken by fear that it couldn't even move properly. Once Yuan was standing right in front of the demon, he mumbled in a low but clear voice, I wonder how your demon core will taste. Almost as though something had triggered inside the demon, it suddenly turned around and began running away like its life depended on it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The scene of the demon running away in fear shocked Qi Feng and the others. They couldn't comprehend the situation, nor could they imagine what Yuan said to the demon that would make it react in such a manner. However, before the demon could run very far, Yuan crushed the red crystal in his grasp, and the moment the crystal shattered, the demon also froze its movements. The next moment, almost like it suddenly turned water, the demon melted into a pool of red blood, leaving behind its demon core. Yuan quickly went to pick up the demon core before putting it inside his pocket, saving it for later. It was also at this moment that backup from the Qi family arrived at the scene. Father. Mother. Xier. Are you guys hurt? Where is the demon? The middle-aged man leading the reinforcements asked them. Qi Man didn't say anything and merely lifted his hand to point at Yuan. The middle-aged man turned to look in the direction, but he couldn't see any demons, only a young man. I am going to him. Qi Feng suddenly said as she began running towards Yuan. Wait. Where do you think you're going? The middle-aged man shouted at her. The demon is already gone. That young man defeated it. Qi Huan said, which immediately sent shockwaves through their minds. What? Who even is that kid? I have never seen him before. The middle-aged man exclaimed. A friend sent by the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Qi Man said before following Qi Feng. Let's go. Qi Huan said to the middle-aged man, who was still puzzled about the situation and had no choice but to follow them. A few moments later, everyone there gathered around Yuan and the puddle of blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 773. Published at 26th of February 2022, 10:39 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 773. 773. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 773. as their lecturer, Yuan, is the demon really dead? It won't regenerate from this puddle of blood? Qi Fang asked him once they got to him. I'm pretty sure that it's dead. Yuan replied in a slightly dazed voice. He didn't think he would be able to defeat such a powerful demon with seemingly no effort at all. Not only did his practice at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library help him, but his memories as the Divine Paragon also greatly assisted him today. I still only have fragments of the Divine Paragon's memories. If I recover all of it, demons will no longer be a threat and will be no different than any other magical beasts. Yuan smiled inwardly. Let's go back to the household now. You can tell us everything once you get yourself cleaned up. Qi Man said to Yuan. He nodded and followed them back to the household. Sometime later, after washing himself, Yuan met up with the Qi family in the meeting room, and there were 2 more people there this time. The middle-aged man that came with the backup and a beautiful woman who looked almost like Qi Fang. They were the current leaders of the Qi family and Qi Fang's parents. Once Yuan sat down, Qi Man immediately opened his mouth to speak. After witnessing your fight today, I doubt you'll need our help with the demons at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but since this is what we agreed on, we will help you. Yuan then said, you guys can prolong the seals on demons, right? I would like you to prolong the seals on the 11 demons to give us more time to prepare. The demon I fought today was much stronger than the one in the Jaded Garden, but the demons within the Dragon Spiral Mountain are even stronger than this one. I understand. Qi Man nodded. The Qi family has already been prolonging the seals on the 11 demons since ancient times, so even if Yuan didn't ask them, they would have done it anyway. Since they cannot kill the demons, their only option was to prolong their seals. If there's nothing else, I would like to return back home now. Yuan said a moment later. Actually, there is one thing. Qi Man turned to look at the manager, who nodded her head silently. He then continued, Yuan, the Qi family has one last request for you. We'd like you to stay here a little longer as a lecturer. A what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. A lecturer. Qi Man repeated. We'd like you to teach our demon sealers how to kill demons. As you probably already know by now, there are still more demons out there. Our Qi family has tracked dozens of sealed demons across the world, but the only thing we can do is prolong their seal until their inevitable release. We want to be able to kill them just like you did today. Wait. Did you just say dozens of sealed demons? Yuan had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Yes, and there could be even more that we don't know about, such as the one sealed in the Jaded Garden. Qi Man sighed. And you want me to teach the demon sealers in your family? I don't think I qualify. Yuan shook his head. If you, who kill the demon, don't qualify to teach, then nobody in our family qualifies. Please. You're our only hope. Yuan took a moment to ponder. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan asked him, how long? I have to return home in 3 weeks. Then 3, no. 2 weeks is more than enough. Qi Man raised 3 fingers before making it 2. Yuan nodded, okay, I will stay here for 2 more weeks to teach your Qi family, but after that, I really have to return home. Thank you, Yuan. Qi Man said with an ecstatic expression on his face. Then we will start tomorrow morning. I want to rest for the rest of today. Of course. Cher, bring him to his room. Qi Man said to her. What? Why do I have to do that? We have servants for that. Qi Fang frowned. However, when she saw her grandparents' and even parents' cold glares, she swallowed nervously and stood up. Let's go. She said to Yuan without even looking at him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Did something happen between them? Her mother asked the grandparents after they left. Not that I am aware of, but there's clearly something between them. Qi Man shook his head. Meanwhile, Qi Fang brought Yuan to a small shed behind their main building, but it looked more like a place for tools than guests. This is my room? Yuan raised his eyebrows. If you've got a problem with it, you can sleep outside. She coldly responded. Are you still mad at me for sealing you? I just wanted you to have a taste of your own medicine, that's all. Not to mention that you sealed me first. For a minute. You left me there for an entire day. Do you have any idea how terrifying it feels to be sealed for so long? I really thought I was sealed for good. In my defense, if the Chu family didn't interrupt, I would have let you out sooner. Anyways, I helped your family defeat the demon, so let's call it even. Qi Fang gritted her teeth in anger, but she did not release it. After a moment of silence, she pointed at the large building not far away from the shed and said, "This doesn't mean I forgive you for what you did to me. If I let you live in this shed, my family would kill me, that's all." She left Yuan alone immediately afterward. Once Yuan entered the room and locked it, he sat down on the floor and retrieved the demon core. After staring at it for a moment, he tossed it inside his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, he could feel a sudden surge of chaotic spiritual energy rushing into his body. However, this demon core tasted and felt different than usual, and it was painful. Yuan suddenly released a loud roar that shook the building. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 774. Published at 27th of February 2022 9:05 AM. Chapter 774. 774. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 774. Chaotic energy. Shortly after consuming the demon core, Yuan began feeling pain all over his body, and his skin even began turning red, almost as though he was turning into a demon himself. When Qi Fang, who was still in range, heard Yuan screaming, she immediately turned around and ran to his building. Hey! What's going on? Why are you screaming like that? Open the door. Qi Fang banged on the door as she shouted, but Yuan was obviously too busy to answer the door, and he was in too much pain to even hear her voice. Answer me when I speak to you. Qi Fang did not have the patience and decided to kick the door down. Hey! What's wrong with you? What did you do? Qi Fang was shocked to see Yuan writhing in pain on the floor, and his body was burning red. Qi Fang went to pick him up, but she didn't know what to do from there, so she decided to put him back down and went to call for a doctor. Wait right here. I am going to get a doctor. Don't you dare die on me. Qi Fang said to him before running for help. Meanwhile, Yuan was busy trying to suppress whatever was acting up inside his body. You silly thing, how could you swallow a demon core belonging to an elite demon in your current state? You're like a child that puts anything you find into your mouth. You're courting death. The divine paragon's voice resounded inside Yuan's head. Elite demon? What's the difference? Yuan cried inwardly. Just like how dragons have their own ranks that are based on the purity of their dragon blood, demons have their own ranks based on their demonic blood. All of the demons that you have been fighting before this one were just ordinary demons with ordinary demonic blood. This one, however, is an elite demon with pure demonic blood, and the purer the demonic blood, the stronger their chaotic energy. What happens if I consume something like that? If you were strong enough, nothing would happen, but you're not, so the chaotic energy is trying to destroy your body right now. Listen, if you don't quickly control the chaotic energy, your body will explode into a bloody mess. And how the hell am I supposed to do that? Yuan shouted out loud, feeling as though something was growing within his body. The divine paragon sighed. I will help you control the chaotic energy this time, but if this happens again, you will have to deal with it yourself. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly stopped moving and returned to sitting in the lotus position. He took a deep breath and began controlling the chaotic energy inside his body. Very quickly, Yuan could feel his body returning to normal, and his spiritual energy was under control again. However, he could still feel something chaotic inside his body. By the time Qi Feng returned with the doctor, Yuan had already controlled most of the chaotic energy, but it took him all of his energy to do so, causing him to pass out shortly after. The doctor checked Yuan's condition afterward. "How is he?" Qi Feng asked in a worried voice. Despite her cold attitude towards Yuan, she actually cared about his safety, as he was their only hope in defeating demons for good. "He seems fine for now, and his body is stable, but I will need to inspect his body further for a more accurate assessment," the doctor said. "I understand." Qi Feng went to notify her family and the manager of the situation once she knew that Yuan was fine for the moment. When her family heard this, they immediately panicked for the same reason Qi Feng had. If Yuan dies, their world and everyone living in it will all die to the demons. What happened? Why did he suddenly collapse? Qi Man asked her. "I have no idea. I sent him to his room, and after leaving him alone for a moment, I suddenly heard him screaming. When I arrived, he was on the ground and his skin was burning red. However, by the time I returned with a doctor, he was already back to normal. Looks like we can only ask him after he wakes up." Qi Huan sighed. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Sometime later, the manager called Meishio to let her know of the situation. "What? Yuan collapsed and is unconscious right now? What happened to him? I was hoping you could tell me. Does he have any medical conditions that cause him to do this?" the manager asked. "No, not that I am aware of." "So he's never done this before?" "No." "Can I go see him? I want to see his condition with my own eyes." "I will have to ask the Qi family for permission first. Give me a minute." The manager then asked the old couple since they were still together. "Yuan's friend?" "Of course. Any friend of Yuan is also our friend." Qi Man quickly agreed. "All right, I will come pick you up. I should be there by midnight. Be ready by then," the manager said to Meishio before hanging up. What a pain in the ass. The manager sighed inwardly. She didn't think she'd have to travel back and forth more than once, but alas. While the manager made her way back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain to pick up Meishio, the Qi family watched over Yuan, who would remain unconscious for the rest of the day. After returning to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the manager reported the situation to the Lord before she went to pick up Meishio. "So that's what happened, huh? If you ask me, I think he tried to cultivate the demon core, since his symptoms sound exactly like what happens when someone tries to absorb a demon core like it's a monster core," the Lord said. "If someone tries to cultivate a demon core, what will happen to them?" the manager asked out of curiosity. "Well, to put things simply, they will die a horrible death. However, from what you told me, it appears that he's alive, so I doubt that's what happened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 775. Published at 28th of February 2022 7:18 and 8 seconds p.m. Chapter 775. 775 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 775. Losing his mind anyways. As long as he didn't cultivate a demon core and he isn't dead, do whatever you can to keep him safe. Now that he's proven himself to be valuable, we cannot let him die. Use that treasure even if you have to. The Lord continued to speak. What? You want to waste that precious treasure on him? The manager was shocked. If it can keep him alive, yes. He's too precious for this world to die. But, no buts. You may return to the Qi family now. I understand. The manager sighed before going to Yuan's home to pick up Meishio. However, there was an additional person there. What's this? I only got permission for one person, not two, the manager said as she glared at Wuxia Xianxia, who decided to follow along after hearing about the situation. I am not going to stay here while Yuan is suffering. I am going to follow you even if it's the last thing I do. Chu Liuxiang said stubbornly. And she continued, and my master is from the Qi family. They wouldn't refuse me. Whatever. Just get in the car. The manager said to them. Once they were all in the car, the manager began speeding down the mountain like she did with Yuan, but it wasn't as fast. However, unlike Yuan, neither Chu Liuxiang or Meishou said a word regarding her speed, and they would only ask her about Yuan's condition. Like I already said on the phone, I don't know what happened to him. If you want to know, you'll have to ask him after he wakes up. Once they arrived at the airport, the manager told the two of them to press the red button and watch the plane before going off to sleep, leaving them speechless. Meanwhile, Qi Fang was ordered by her family to stay with Yuan until he wakes up. What? Why do I have to babysit him all night? I am not his nanny. Why are you guys treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? That's a great question. Did you do something wrong? Qi Huan narrowed her eyes at Qi Fang. Qi Man then said, although we don't know what happened between the two of you, whether you are in the right or wrong, you need to put all of that behind you. Yuan is a valuable friend that we cannot afford to offend. If you offended him in any way, apologize to him when he wakes up. Qi Fang gritted her teeth, but she couldn't blame her grandparents for their decision, as she was mostly responsible for what happened on that day. I understand. Qi Fang sighed. Good, then we'll leave Yuan in your hands. They left her alone with Yuan afterward. Once her family left, Qi Fang went to one of the drawers and pulled out a tall bottle of alcohol and sat down at the table. How could they treat their most talented demon sealer like a babysitter? Damn it. Qi Fang began chugging down the alcohol and complained after every swallow. Why am I being punished when they don't even know what happened? It's almost like they wanted someone to blame for his current situation. I can't believe this. Damn it all. While Qi Fang was chugging down her alcohol, Yuan was somewhere deep within his consciousness. Although I have managed to control and convert most of the chaotic energy inside your body, there is still some left, and while it won't kill you, you should still remove them as soon as possible, as it could not only affect your cultivation but also your mind. The divine paragon appeared inside Yuan's head to warn him. How do I do that? Fortunately for you, who has the heaven-refining physique, you can just cultivate normally and push out the remaining chaotic energy with fresh spiritual energy. If it was anybody else, they would need a new technique and a lot of treasures. The divine paragon smiled. How long do I have before it starts affecting me? Yuan then asked. This is your first time experiencing such a thing, so the backlash will be quick and fierce. You can expect a reaction as soon as you wake up. It's that bad? Yuan swallowed nervously. What will happen to me? Who knows? You'll probably lose your mind every once in a while, become quick to lose your tempers, and other nasty nature that demons have, almost like you'd turned into a demon yourself. Yuan was terrified when he heard such words. I am going to turn into a demon? Does this mean I will crave human meat or kill humans? I hope to God that doesn't happen. Although that's possible, it won't happen with the amount of chaotic energy inside your body. However, it would be a good idea to limit your contact with others for the time being. Okay. I will have to delay the lectures until I fix this situation. Yuan sighed. While Yuan slept peacefully, Qi Fang approached him with a drunk look on her face, still with a bottle of alcohol in her hands. You stupid little brat, hic. This is all your fault. Hic. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Once she was standing right beside the bed, Qi Fang would stare at Yuan's sleeping face in silence. Now that I look at you closely. Hic. You're quite handsome, what you did today was also very handsome and admirable. Hic. When I watched you fight the demon, my heart was beating like crazy, almost like I was having a heart attack. I have never felt anything like that before. After a moment of silence, Qi Fang suddenly lowered her face towards Yuan's sleeping face, kissing him on the lips. She removed her lips a moment later and muttered in a low voice, "How can you sleep so soundly with a beauty like me in the same room? Hick. Hey. Wake up and fight me. I'm going to avenge myself." Hick. Qi Fang began to slap Yuan's face lightly for a response. When Yuan didn't respond, Qi Fang turned around and began walking away. How boring. Hick. After walking 2 steps, Qi Fang suddenly stopped walking when she felt someone grab her hand. She turned around to see Yuan sitting up on his bed, and his eyes were open, but he didn't seem conscious. However, Qi Fang was too drunk to notice that and continued to probe him. Hee, so you want to fight? Yuan suddenly yanked Qi Fang onto the bed. Hey. What are you doing? That hurts. Qi Fang complained as she laid on the bed with Yuan. She also felt a little wet for some reason, so she looked down, and to her surprise, the bottle of alcohol in her hands had spilled all over her body. Look at what you've done. Hick. Now I have to clean myself. Qi Fang began loosening the wet areas on her clothes, and when Yuan saw that, almost as though something had ignited inside him, he suddenly pounced on top of her and ripped her loosened clothes right off her body. Qi Fang stared at Yuan's face with a dazed expression. You have very beautiful eyes. She muttered in a low voice, not sounding a bit concerned about being naked nor the situation they were in, even placing her hands on his cheeks and caressing them. When she noticed Yuan staring at her bare chest, Qi Fang smiled and said, "Go ahead, you can touch them. It's your reward for dealing with the demon." Despite his weird state, it was almost as though Yuan had been waiting for Qi Fang's approval, so when he got her approval, he immediately buried his face into her chest like a child embracing their mother. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 776. Published at 28th of February 2022, 7:18 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 776. 776. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 776. A grave mistake. Yes. That's right. You can touch them all you want. Hick. It's your reward for killing the demon. Hick. Qi Fang spoke in a dazed voice as Yuan's face buried deeper and deeper into her bosoms. This went on for a few moments until all of Yuan's movements suddenly halted. Hey. What's wrong? Hick. Yuan suddenly stood up and looked at Qi Fang with a tranquil expression on his face. You should probably leave before we both make a grave mistake, he said in a calm voice. What? Qi Fang's eyes widened with shock. This shock snapped her out of her drunken state for a brief moment, but this brief moment of clarity was all that was needed for Qi Fang to realize what was happening and made a decision. She quickly got out of the bed and put on her clothes before running out of his room with a flushed face. Once she was gone, Yuan sat on the bed and smiled. What a troublesome child. I hope this will teach you to not put everything in your mouth and that all actions will have consequences. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, inside his consciousness, Yuan sighed in relief. Thank you. He bowed to the divine paragon, who had just taken over his body. Why are you thanking me? For taking over my body and stopping me, who cannot control myself right now. The divine paragon started laughing. He then said, I told you, I cannot take over your body. I am merely a fragment of your memories. You acted on your own just now, just like when you fought and killed the demon. Perhaps your instincts kicked in or something. How is that even possible when I am not conscious? Yuan frowned. Reincarnation is a wonderful thing, but it is also something that we do not fully comprehend, and you're no ordinary human. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, since you're here, can you tell me about the demonic realm? You kind of left me hanging last time. I don't have the answers to your questions. If you want them, go to the demonic realm. That's clearly bullshit. Why else would you say that something bad will happen if I don't return? Like ID already said, it's probably your instincts that's telling you. Anyways, it's about time I go. I won't be able to save you a second time, so if you end up in that state again, you're going to have to take full responsibility. I know. Yuan sighed. Do you really? A mysterious smile appeared on the divine paragon's face as he disappeared. The following morning, Qi Fang woke up in her bed to a head-splitting headache. Shit. I drank too much yesterday. She sat up with a painful expression on her face. Once her head cleared a little bit, memories of what happened last night began flowing inside her head. Shit, fuck. Did I really do such a thing? No way. Qi Fang quickly got dressed and rushed to Yuan's place. Hey. Wake up. Yuan. We need to talk. Qi Fang banged on the door as she shouted in an urgent manner. Senior Qi, I am sorry, but can you leave me alone for a while? We can talk later. Once I fix myself, last night. Nothing happened last night, do you hear me? I was not in the right state of mind. It was a mistake. What mistake? Qi Man's voice suddenly resounded behind Qi Fang, giving her the scare of her life. Grandfather. Nothing. Qi Fang turned around with a nervous look on her face, but when she saw Chu Liuxiang behind him, she became even more nervous. Liuxiang? What are you doing here? She stuttered nervously. I am here to see Yuan, of course, she said in a calm voice. Speaking of Yuan, why are you standing out here? I thought we told you to watch over him. How can you do that when you're out here and he's in there? Qi Huan said to her. I left for just a minute, okay? I made sure to watch him properly. I swear. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Whatever. The grandparents were suspicious of her weird behavior, but they didn't think too much of it. Meishio went to the door and knocked on it. Yuan? Are you awake? Meishio? Is that you, Meishio? What are you doing here? Yuan's panicked voice resounded inside the building. I am also here as well. Chu Liuxiang said loudly. Lulu as well. Can you open the door and let us in? We want to see if you're okay. Meishio continued. After a moment of silence, Yuan sighed, sorry, but I am a little sick right now. Can you all leave me alone for a few days? You're sick. How so? Meishio turned to look at Qi Man and the others and said to them, can you leave us alone for a moment? All right. If you need anything, let us know. Thank you. Meishio nodded. Once they left, Meishio continued, Yuan, it's just me and Chu Liuxiang now. You can tell us what happened. Yuan sighed again before speaking, I consumed a demon core, but this demon core was a little special, so I am now experiencing a little backlash. My mind is not in the right state right now, and I am afraid of hurting you and the others, so until I take care of this condition, I should not get close to anyone. I see. So that's what happened. Are you in pain right now? Meishio then asked. No, I am fine. I should be healthy again in a few days. I understand. If you need anything, we will be right out here. Thank you, Meishio, and Lulu, for coming all the way out here. Anything for you, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang smiled. Anyways, what should we tell the others? I don't think we should let them know that he consumed a demon core. Yes, you're right. Let's think of something. Meishio agreed with Chu Liuxiang, and the two of them began thinking of an excuse for Yuan's condition. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 777. Published at 28th of February 2022 9:57 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 777. 777 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 777. Destructive urges. Why don't we just tell them that it's a medical condition he has? Chu Liuxiang asked. No, that won't work. I already told the manager that there was no such thing. Oh. I know. We can tell them that it was caused by one of the techniques he's currently cultivating. Meishio stared at her in silence for a few moments before nodding. That will work. Okay, let's tell them that then. Sometime later, the Qi family returned. How is he doing? Qi Man asked. He's doing fine. It's just the backlash of one of his techniques that he's currently trying to master, that's all. His episode should be cleared in a few days. It was caused by a technique? I have never heard of a technique that has made people sick before. Qi Huan said in a worried tone. But as long as he's fine, I am relieved. If you need anything, just let us know. We've also prepared a room for you too. Qi Man said to them. It's all right, we will stay here with him. Chu Liuxiang said. Out here? In the cold? You know we cannot have our guests live in such conditions. They raised their eyebrows. Why don't the two of you take turns watching over him? The two of them exchanged looks with each other before nodding their heads. I can watch over him first. Chu Liuxiang said. We switch out every 8 hours? Meishio asked. Okay. Meishio then turned to look at Qi Man and asked him, while she stays here, I would like to join your Qi family's training sessions. You guys are taught to fight demons, right? I would like to learn. A bittersweet smile appeared on Qi Man's face as he spoke. If you want to learn, you already have the very best. I don't think we will be very helpful to you. In fact, I am now doubting if our training is even useful at all. Even then, I would still like to learn, at least until he recovers. Meishio said. All right. Training should be starting soon. Follow me. Meishio left the Qi Man and the others while Chu Liuxiang stayed behind. I will be right outside if you need me, Yuan. She sat down in front of the door and began cultivating. Meanwhile, Meishio followed Qi Man to this area with a large building and a massive field in the front. There's a lot of people here. She mumbled when she saw hundreds of people gathered outside the training field. My Qi family has almost 2,000 people. Of course, they are not all family by blood. We take disciples from around the world and teach them how to seal demons. As for our fighting experience, we really have none. Have you ever fought a demon before? Qi Man turned to ask Meishio. No, I have not. She shook her head. I have seen dozens of demons throughout my life, but they were all already sealed, so I have never seen their prowess, at least until yesterday. When I first saw the demon unsealed for the first time, my entire body froze from shock, and my instinct was to run away as quickly as possible. Even though I didn't personally face the demon. Even though Yuan completely dominated the demon and made it look weak. I can tell that I am no match for the demon. And if someone like me is scared of demons, I cannot imagine how these young demon sealers will react before an unsealed demon, at least not with their current training. That's why I asked Yuan to be our lecturer. I'm certain that we can all learn something from him. Sometime later, Qi Man brought Meishio to the field. When the instructors and the disciples saw Qi Man, they all stopped whatever they were doing and bowed to him. Greetings, ancestor. Listen up. Qi Man spoke out loud. Due to some complications, our new instructor will not be here for a few more days. Therefore, you will train normally for now. My friend here will be joining your training today. Treat her well. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Everybody there turned to look at Meishio. Many nervous gulps resounded from people that were taken aback by her beauty, and there were so many that it sounded really weird. Meanwhile, inside his room, Yuan was trying to suppress his urges to destroy everything in the room. If he so much as looks at anything, his destructive urges would flare up, so he locked his divine sense. Is this what causes demons' destructive nature? I only have some chaotic energy left in my body, yet the urges are still this strong. I cannot imagine what it must be like to be a demon that has to endure this for their entire life. If he had to endure this urge for the rest of his life, there was no doubt that he would eventually stop suppressing his urges and go wild. When he realized this, Yuan stopped blaming demons as much, and he even pitied their tragic life. However, there was another feeling in Yuan that was very worrisome for him, and that was the feeling from last night that hasn't been satisfied. Damn it, I am already trying my best to deal with my destructive urges. If I also have to control my sexual urges, I won't be able to cultivate at all. He cried inwardly. After pondering for a moment, Yuan cleared his throat and spoke out loud, "El Lulu. Is Meishio out there?" "No, she went to train with the Qi family." "Do you need help?" "Kind of." "When will she come back?" "Well, it's been 2 hours since she left, so she won't return for another 6 hours. 6 hours. Yuan's sighing voice could be heard from inside the building. "If you need help, I can help you." It's a little complicated." "It's okay, I can just wait." After a moment of silence, Chu Luxiang's voice resounded, "Yuan. No matter how complicated it is, I want to help you. You have helped me so many times now, yet I have not been able to return the favor. Please, let me help you." The place turned dead silent after that. Chu Liuxiang sighed in a dispirited manner, but just as she was able to give up, she heard the door behind her being unlocked. "Come inside," Yuan said to her. "Coming." Chu Liuxiang eagerly entered the building. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 778. Published at 28th of February 2022 11:09 and 5 seconds p.m. Chapter 778, 778 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 778, Starved Beast, Yuan? What are you doing, standing so far away? Chu Liuxiang asked him after entering the building and noticing that he was standing all the way on the other side of the room. "I wanted to make sure that I don't accidentally hurt you." Yuan sighed. "Ever since I consumed the demon core, I have been getting these unhealthy thoughts and the urge to destroy everything around me, and I am having a hard time controlling these emotions. I am worried that I might hurt you if you get too close." Hearing Yuan's words, Chu Liuxiang smiled. She closed the door behind her and started approaching him in a calm manner. "As long as I can help you, I don't care even if you hurt me." Once she was close enough, she opened her arms and embraced Yuan. "See? Everything is fine. Now, tell me what you need help with." However, before Yuan could even respond, Chu Liuxiang felt something hard poking her legs. She looked down, and to her absolute shock, there was a massive bulge in his pants. Chu Luxiang's mind blanked out for a moment while she processed the situation. "In order for me to release the chaotic energy in my body, I must cultivate, but I cannot cultivate properly when I have to control so many emotions and urges." Yuan sighed. Chu Liuxiang snapped out of her daze and looked at his handsome face. When you say you need help, do you mean, down there?" she asked him in a nervous voice. "I tried doing it myself before, but that didn't work. If you don't want to help, I fully understand and won't blame you for not wanting to do something so weird." After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang asked in a low voice, "Does Meishio usually help you?" "You did ask for her just now, that's." Yuan promised Meishio that he would not tell anybody, but even an idiot could tell the truth after seeing his reaction. A bittersweet smile appeared on Chu Luxiang's face, and she said, "Believe it or not, I am not that surprised. It's a common thing amongst wealthy households such as the Yu family. Meishio, she was probably trained to do such things." She took a deep breath and continued, "Since Meishio is not here, I will help you out. Take off your pants and sit on the bed." Yuan nodded, and while he took off his pants, Chu Liuxiang went to lock the doors. When she turned around and saw Yuan sitting on the bed with his lower half completely naked, her entire body froze. Even though this wasn't her first time seeing his lower half, and they have even taken baths together, the atmosphere was completely different, and Yuan's body didn't have this sort of reaction. Why are you getting nervous now, you idiot? You have been wanting to do this kind of stuff to him for a long time. Chu Liuxiang cried inwardly to calm herself. Sure enough, it worked perfectly, allowing her to move her body again. She walked in front of Yuan and kneeled before him. Once she prepared herself, she extended her fair hands and grabbed the stiff rod between Yuan's legs and began stroking it. Ah! It hurts! Yuan suddenly exclaimed, sucking in a breath of cold air. Sorry. Chu Liuxiang was surprised by his painful sound and immediately removed her hands. Am I doing something wrong? But I am doing exactly what the magazines instruct. She wondered inwardly. She looked at him and asked, how does Meishio usually do this? I don't know how to explain it. The room turned dead silent as Chu Liuxiang began pondering. Okay, I know what to do. She started moving closer to Yuan, and once she was close enough, she opened her mouth and sucked on his thing. Yuan suddenly felt an incredible feeling around his thing, but since he didn't dare to use his divine sense, he could only imagine what Chu Liuxiang was doing to him. How is this? Does this hurt? Chu Liuxiang asked him a moment later. No. It feels good. Chu Liuxiang didn't say anything longer and continued to relieve him of his stress. A few minutes later, Yuan said, I cannot hold it any longer. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt something warm gush inside her mouth. She subconsciously removed her mouth, and Yuan's white stuff shot all over her clothes and face. Wow! Chu Liuxiang mumbled in an amazed voice afterward. Let me go wash myself first. Is there a bathroom in here? Chu Liuxiang stood up and looked around for a bathroom. However, Yuan didn't respond. Yuan? She turned to look at him, who was sitting on the bed with a dazed face. Yuan? Are you okay? She approached him. Ah! Yuan suddenly grabbed her, tossed her onto the bed, and pinned her down. Although his actions surprised her, she wasn't too worried since she knew that he wouldn't harm her. Yuan? What's happening? She asked him. Yuan opened his mouth slightly and uttered in a low voice while gnashing his teeth, almost as though he was trying to resist something. I cannot resist anymore. Chu Liuxiang stared at Yuan's painful face with a blank expression. Yuan suddenly shouted, Leave! Leave this place immediately before I hurt you. However, Chu Liuxiang didn't move, and she even caressed his cheeks with her hand. Yuan. How can I leave you alone when you're suffering? When I absorbed the flood dragon scale, you stayed with me, even suffering with me. Therefore, I am going to do the same. Let me help you. Let me suffer with you. Yuan's body trembled when he heard her words. It's okay. I will be fine. I promise. Let it out, let it all out. I'm sorry. Yuan muttered in a low voice right before he stripped Chu Liuxiang naked. And for the next few minutes, like a starved beast that hasn't eaten in days, he tasted every inch of Chu Liuxiang's luscious body, leaving his saliva all over her body. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 779. Published at 2nd of March 2022 11:39 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 779. 779 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 779. Bruises, MMM. Ah. Chu Liuxiang moaned softly as Yuan licked and kissed her body from the top to bottom. When Yuan reached the area between her legs, he grabbed her legs and opened it wide before pushing his face towards her bottom lips. Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with shock and her body twitched. She wanted to moan louder, but she didn't dare to do so, fearing that someone might overhear them. She suddenly felt something small invading her cave and wriggling around like a worm. So fierce, she cried inwardly. Once Yuan was satisfied, he removed his wet mouth from Chu Liuxiang's body and aimed his sword at the slit between her legs. Wait a second, Yuan. Give me a moment to pray. However, before Chu Liuxiang could even finish her sentence, Yuan suddenly moved, shoving his rod into her body completely. Chu Liuxiang nearly screamed from the pain, and it felt like her lower body had been ripped apart and torn in half. The pain was so excruciating that it immediately made her eyes tear up and almost knocked her unconscious. However, before she could even recover from her pain or adapt to it, Yuan started moving again, pounding his hips violently at her like a dog during mating season. It hurts. It really hurts. Tears flowed from Chu Liuxiang's eyes like a river, yet she remained still and allowed Yuan to ravage her body as he wished. The pain was on par with the pain she felt when she absorbed the flood dragon scale, but unlike then, this pain felt more realistic and a completely different kind of pain, not to mention how tightly Yuan was holding onto her arms and legs. A large amount of blood flowed from Chu Liuxiang's body and tainted the clean bed sheets, but Yuan ignored all of that and continued to thrust his hips like a machine with only one purpose. Chu Liuxiang could have never expected that her first time with Yuan would be so brutal and so rough. She thought it was going to be a great time, one that could be enjoyed by the two of them, but it was more of a torture than anything. Many minutes into their action, Yuan suddenly extended his arm and wrapped his hands around Chu Liuxiang's neck and tightened it, choking her neck. Despite this, Chu Liuxiang accepted everything Yuan threw at her. She endured the pain, she resisted the thought of running away, and she tried her best to not blame Yuan for his actions. Yuan. Chu Liuxiang muttered in a low voice as Yuan continued to seal away her air. Yuan's body jolted the moment he heard Chu Liuxiang calling his name, and he slowly released his grasp on her neck, which left behind a slight bruise. El Lulu. What have I done? Yuan, who had just regained control over his body, mumbled in disbelief. He looked at her condition with his divine sense, and he could see bruise marks all over her body that had been caused by his rough handling, and the bed sheets were soaked in her blood. However, despite the abuse she just experienced, Chu Liuxiang had a gentle smile on her face. Don't blame yourself, Yuan. You're not in the right state of mind, and I agreed to this. That doesn't make the situation any better, nor does it excuse my actions. I hurt you, even though I promised to protect you. We need to stop here and get you a doctor. When Yuan tried to stand up, Chu Liuxiang suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him back down. No. We cannot stop here. We need to finish this properly. I have always wanted to do this with you, too. But your condition, don't underestimate me, Yuan. I got worse injuries when I trained with my master, and it was much more painful when I absorbed the flood dragon scale. I can handle this, she said with a resolute face. And she continued, furthermore, you're back to normal now. Things will only get better from here. What if I lose my mind again? Then I will wake you up again. Chu Liuxiang grabbed his cheeks and pulled his face towards her own, kissing him on the lips. I love you, Yuan, she said to him afterward. Let's finish this so that you can get better. Yuan nodded, and he inserted his rod into her body again. Now that Yuan regained his senses, he no longer moved like a beast, allowing the both of them to enjoy the moment. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Eventually, Yuan reached his limits, and when that happened, he remembered Mixia's words and pulled out of Chu Liuxiang before releasing his fluids all over her body. Yuan proceeded to lay on the bed beside Chu Liuxiang, and the both of them rested for many minutes before they went to wash each other. Yuan, that was amazing. I never expected that embracing your loved ones could be so much fun and enjoyable, even if you were a little rough at the beginning. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Sorry, why are you apologizing? Some people like it rough, you know? It's like a hobby for them, and after experiencing it for myself, I can understand where they are coming from. Yuan didn't know how to respond to such information, so he remained quiet. I am going to cultivate now and get rid of the chaotic energy within my body. Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang afterward. Good luck. If you ever need to relieve yourself again, I will always be there for you. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Chu Liuxiang left Yuan alone and proceeded to stare at the cloud in the sky with a dazed face until Meishio returned. Is everything okay? Meishio asked Chu Liuxiang when she noticed the odd atmosphere around her, like something about her had changed. Never been better. Chu Liuxiang nodded with a smile. It's my turn to watch Yuan now. Okay. Just as Chu Liuxiang began walking away, Meishio suddenly spoke. Wait. What's the matter? Chu Liuxiang stopped and looked at her. Meishio raised her arm and pointed at her neck. You're bruised. Something did happen, right? Are you okay? Chu Liuxiang subconsciously covered her neck. She had completely forgotten about it. Don't worry, it's really nothing serious. Yuan. Is he okay? Yes, I promise. Chu Liuxiang smiled at Meishio before leaving the scene. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 780. Published at 3rd of March 2022 2:09 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 780. 780. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 780. Full recovery. After Chu Liuxiang left, Meishio turned to look at Yuan's building with a worried look on her face. Yuan. Are you there? Yes. Are you okay? After a moment of silence, Yuan responded, I lost control for a bit, but Lulu helped me, so I am fine now. Lost control? That explains the bruises on her neck. They probably fought. Meishio sighed inwardly, misunderstanding the situation entirely. Yuan, if you feel like losing control again, let me know and I will immediately get help. Meishio said to him. As much as she wanted to help him, she knew that she was no match for Yuan if they fought, so she could only rely on others for now. I am still too weak compared to them. Meishio bit her lips in frustration before sitting down and cultivating. 8 hours passed in a flash while Meishio focused on cultivation, and before she was aware, Chu Liuxiang was already back for her shift. I can continue. You should rest a little more. Meishio said to her. Thank you for worrying about me, but I am really fine. Look, the bruises are already gone. Chu Liuxiang showed Meishio her neck, and sure enough, all of her bruises were gone. Meishio silently stared at her for a moment before speaking. If anything happens, you need to get help. I will. Chu Liuxiang nodded with a smile on her face. Once Meishio left, Chu Liuxiang sat before the building and said, I am back, Yuan. If you need me, I will be out here. There was no response from Yuan, but Chu Liuxiang didn't panic. He's probably focused on his recovery, she thought to herself. An hour into her shift, Chu Liuxiang noticed a figure in the distance, and they appeared to be watching her from the shadows. It was already dark outside, so Chu Liuxiang couldn't see this figure's face. Who's there? She called out to the figure. A few seconds later, this figure stepped out of the shadows and into the light. It was Qi Fang. Master? Do you need something? How is he doing? Yuan? He's recovering. Is that so? Qi Fang didn't say anything else and turned around and began walking away. Master. Wait a moment. Chu Liuxiang stopped her. What? Are you still angry at Yuan for what happened last time? If you are, please accept my apologies for him. Qi Fang spoke after a moment of silence. I am more angry at myself than I am with him. Chu Luxiang's eyes widened. I thought I was strong. Strong enough to defeat him, strong enough to defeat a demon. Turns out that I've been wrong this entire time. You don't have to worry. What happened at the Chu family is already behind me. I may be stupid and arrogant, but I am not foolish. And without explaining any further, Qi Fang disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Chu Liuxiang speechless. 2 days later, Yuan opened his eyes and stood up to stretch. The urges are completely gone now, which means I have fully recovered. What a horrible experience. I swear I will never carelessly swallow demon cores ever again. He opened the door and walked outside to see Chu Liuxiang sitting in front of him. And when Chu Liuxiang heard the door open behind her, she stopped cultivating and turned around. Yuan. Have you finally recovered? She quickly stood up and asked him. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. Yuan suddenly opened his arms and embraced Chu Liuxiang tightly. Lulu. I am truly sorry about what happened last time. I asked you for your help, but that caused you a lot of pain. Even if I wasn't in the right state of mind, I am still responsible for my actions. I hope that you'll forgive me. I will forgive you. If you do it properly next time. Chu Liuxiang hugged him back and said. Let's wait until we go back home. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I think I prefer that as well. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Let's go tell the others that you're fine. She then said. Okay. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang went to meet up with Meixiu. Meixiu, are you awake? Yuan. Meixiu stopped cultivating when she heard Yuan's voice outside her room. Are you okay? She asked him after opening the door. Yes, I have fully recovered. Thank you for watching over me. Where is the Qi family? I'd like to speak with them. Senior Qi should be at the training area with the disciples. We can ask her. Meixiu said. Where is this place? Follow me. I have been there before. They made their way to the training area next, and sure enough, Qi Fang was training the disciple with an iron fist. Your demon's sealing aura is too weak. Are you trying to seal the demon or unseal it? Senior Qi, I think they are looking for you. One of the disciples noticed Yuan's group and notified her. When Qi Fang saw Yuan's face, she immediately recalled the incident they had not long ago and started blushing. Sometime later, she approached them and asked, Need something? Yuan smiled and said, I have fully recovered, and I am prepared to train the Qi family. Qi Fang narrowed her eyes at him. Are you sure? I am. He nodded. Wait right here. I am going to notify my grandparents. Qi Fang then walked away for a few minutes before returning. They will be here shortly. While we wait, I need to speak with you. In private. Qi Fang looked at Yuan. Qi Fang then dragged Yuan to a secluded area where they were alone. Once Qi Fang was certain that nobody was around, she pointed at Yuan and spoke in a low but aggressive voice. What happened that night never happened, okay? I was drunk, and you were sick. Forget about it. If you dare tell anyone about it, I will kill you even if it's the last thing I do, and then I will kill myself. Do you hear me? Yuan smiled and said, What happened that night? I don't remember very clearly since I was sick. That's a good response. Now keep it that way, forever. Qi Fang coldly snorted before walking away like nothing ever happened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 781. Published at 5th of March 2022, 7:39 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 781. 781 If audio player doesn't work, Press stop then play button again. Chapter 781, Lecturing the Qi family. By the time Yuan returns to the others after his brief conversation with Qi Fang, Qi Man and the others have already arrived. Yuan. Are you sure you want to start the training already? You can rest a few more days if you want. Qi Man said to him. I am certain. Yuan nodded with a confident smile. Okay. Follow me, I will introduce you to the family. Qi Man said. Qi Man brought Yuan before the disciples. He cleared his throat and spoke, listen up. This person right here is Senior Yuan, and he will be your instructor for the next few days. The disciples immediately began mumbling to each other. He's our instructor. He looks even younger than me. I don't believe it. This must be a prank. Shut up. Qi Man suddenly shouted, instantly silencing the murmurs. He may be younger than most of you, but I can guarantee his skills and knowledge. As you already know, the demon on this island had escaped from its seal a few days ago. It was Senior Yuan who subjugated and killed the demon, saving us from a slaughter. If you dare disrespect him, you will answer to me. In fact, all of the elders in the family will also participate in the lectures, as I firmly believe that we all have a lot to learn from him. The disciples were shocked to learn that Yuan was the one who killed the demon, and they all wondered where he came from. However, a few disciples there recognized his name. Wait. Yuan. He can't be player Yuan, right? The mysterious player who seems to always be 1,000 light years ahead of everyone? Fuck. Now that you mention it, it would make perfect sense if it's player Yuan. He always seems to achieve the impossible. So that's what player Yuan looks like behind his mask, huh? Why does he have his eyes closed? Who knows? Yuan suddenly stepped forward and said, hello, everyone. I'm Yuan, and I will be teaching you all I know about demons. Before I teach you about how to fight demons, you should all know about demon strengths and weaknesses. He looked around before turning to look at Qi Man and asking him, is there a more suitable place for lectures? Of course. We have a lecture hall not far from here. We can go there. Great. Yuan and everyone there proceeded to follow Qi Man to the lecture hall. Once everyone was seated, Yuan began speaking. Before I talk about demons' weakness, I want to talk about what makes them so strong and unkillable. First of all, demons have an incredible level of pain endurance. You can tear their limbs and smash their heads into meat paste, but they will not feel a thing. Second, they all have powerful innate strength. If you try to fight them head-on, you will most likely lose. Demons are naturally stronger than humans, meaning if there is a demon and a cultivator with the same cultivation, the demon will always beat the human. Last but not least, demons have super regeneration, which allows them to recover from any damage as long as there is a tiny piece of their body left. You can decapitate them or grind them into 1,000,000 pieces, they will still recover as though nothing had happened. This is demons' strongest ability and what makes them relentless and unkillable. The disciples immediately began mumbling to each other. Fuck. I thought their regenerating abilities were exaggerated. To think it was true. The disciples despaired upon learning this information. They learned about demons' regenerative abilities through ancient texts from their ancestors, but since they have never fought a demon before, they could never confirm the information. If we cannot kill them, then how did you kill the demon? Someone there stood up and asked Yuan. Yuan turned to look at the young man who just spoke and said, they may be unkillable, but that is only for your average cultivator. We, demon sealers, have what it takes to kill demons as long as you know the right techniques. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Now let me tell you about their weaknesses and how you can kill demons. There are 2 ways that I know of. 1. You must destroy the demon faster than it can regenerate, meaning you can kill a demon as long as you can erase a demon completely before they can regenerate, but that will require a massive amount of spiritual energy and a technique that is powerful enough to do such a thing. As for the second method, you must destroy their core. All demons have a core in their body, it's the red crystal that can usually be found on their chest. If you can destroy their core, the demon will lose their regenerative ability and die, which is what I did to the demon. However, in order to do that, you must have the right technique and demon sealing aura strong enough to prevent the crystal from returning to the demon. I will now answer any questions that you may have. Dozens of hands immediately raised into the air. How many demons have you fought, killed? A young lady asked him with her eyes flickering with admiration. A couple. Are you really player Yuan? The number 1 player in Cultivation Online? Yes, I am. Did you have a girlfriend? Let's try to stay on topic. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Qi Feng suddenly stood up and asked, the 2 methods to kill a demon, they all require a specific technique, but we don't have such techniques. Are you telling us that we will never be able to kill demons? Yuan smiled upon hearing her question, and he responded in a clear voice, that's not true. You may not have such techniques, but I do. If you want, I can teach you these techniques. What? Are you serious? Qi Feng's eyes widened with shock. Qi Man and the other elders were also pleasantly surprised to hear Yuan's words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 782. Published at 5th of March 2022 7:39 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 782. 782 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 782. Lecturing the Qi family. 2. Why you're willing to share with us your demon sealing techniques? What do you want in return? I doubt you'll be willing to give them for free. Qi Feng narrowed her eyes at Yuan. The situation sounded too good to be true. I don't need or want anything from you. I believe that the more capable demon sealers there are in this world, the safer it is from demons. It makes no sense for me to keep demon sealing techniques to myself when the world is in danger, as that would be akin to asking you to dig a hole with your bare hands while I keep all of the tools necessary to dig the hole to myself. However, these techniques require a certain amount of demon sealing aura to use. If your demon sealing aura is too weak, you will not be able to learn it. Qi Man suddenly stood up and spoke in a loud and excited voice. As you all have just heard, Senior Yuan has agreed to teach us his valuable demon sealing techniques. However, if you want to learn them, you must qualify first. If you wish to learn from him, you must speak to an elder first so that you don't waste Senior Yuan's time. Thank you, Senior Yuan. The disciples all expressed their gratitude to him. Yuan nodded, and he continued to lecture the Qi family about demons for an hour before they all returned to the training area. Now that you all know about demons, you should learn to fight them. Starting today, I will be acting as a demon, and your goal is to seal me. Seal you? How do we do that? One of the disciples asked. Just treat me like a demon and try your best to seal me. Are you sure? That sounds a little dangerous. Yuan smiled and said, yes, it's going to be a little risky, but not for me. He pointed at them and said, if anyone here can defeat me, I will teach you a demon sealing technique of your choosing. I happen to know a couple of divine rank demon sealing techniques, after all. When the disciples heard Yuan's words, they immediately felt a rush of excitement and passion in their body. Who wants to try first? Yuan asked them a moment later. And before anybody could even move, a figure landed before him. I will go first. Qi Feng said with a serious look on her face. She had multiple reasons to fight Yuan, but she never had the right excuse until now. Sure. Yuan nodded with a smile. Qi Feng retrieved a sword. Where's your sword? Take it out. It won't be fair if I use it. Yuan said. How arrogant. Qi Feng didn't say anything else and kicked her feet. However, a burst of intense killing intent suddenly exploded from Yuan, halting Qi Feng instantly. Demons will have much more killing intent than I am releasing now. You must overcome your fear, or you will never defeat the demon. Yuan said to her in a loud voice so that everyone else could hear him. Qi Fang's body trembled in fear, but she gritted her teeth and forced her own body to move. Ha-ah! She swung her sword at Yuan with all of her might, but Yuan dodged it effortlessly. I can tell that you're still scared. Get rid of your fear if you want to win. Shut up. That's easier said than done. Qi Fang continued to swing her sword at Yuan, but with her body still trembling, she could barely control her movements. If I was a real demon, you'd been dead a dozen times by now. Yuan suddenly appeared behind Qi Fang, kicking her on the side and sending her flying. He turned to look at the dazed spectators and shouted, "If you do not overcome your fear, you will never defeat the demon. There is nothing to fear as long as you have your demon sealing technique. Demons should fear you, not the other way. Who wants to try next?" After a moment of silence, over a dozen disciples raised their hands. Seeing this, Yuan pointed at 5 different people and said, "You can all come at me together. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." The 5 disciples exchanged looks with each other before nodding their heads. Once they were prepared, they surrounded Yuan and attacked him at once. However, Yuan released his killing intent again. The disciples suddenly felt as though the Grim Reaper had appeared to take their lives, and their legs began shivering non-stop. While the disciples were dazed, Yuan used this chance to attack them, quickly defeating all 5 disciples. "Give me 10 disciples next." Yuan turned to look at the spectators. And for the rest of the day, Yuan would fight every disciple in the Qi family without a single loss, even increasing the number of people he fought at once after every victory. Fuck. He's too powerful. So this is what it feels like to fight player Yuan, huh? As expected, he's on a whole other level. Sometime later, Yuan gathered everybody and said to them, "Although nobody has managed to resist my killing intent today, I have confidence in you all. Therefore, we will spend all day tomorrow increasing your endurance to my killing intent." Once the disciples were dismissed, Qi Man and the other elders approached Yuan. "Yuan, do you think we have enough demon sealing aura to learn the techniques?" Qi Huan asked him. "I don't know. Do you guys have anything that measures one's demon sealing aura?" he asked them. Qi Man then said, "We do. It's also what we use to determine if someone has the capabilities to become a demon sealer. Follow us." They brought Yuan to an open area where a stone tablet surrounded by 7 stone totems existed. "If we pour our demon sealing aura in the stone tablet, it will tell us the strength of our aura, but we're not exactly sure how it scales." Qi Man said to him. "Well, find out in a bit, I guess." Yuan said. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 783. Published at 6th of March 2022 3:48 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 783. 783 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 783. Testing their demon sealing aura. I will go first. Qi Man said as he approached the stone tablet. He placed his hands onto the tablet and poured his demon sealing aura into it. One of the 7 stone totems began emitting a dim light, then 2 totems, then 3, stopping at 4 totems. 4 totems. I think it should be good enough. I will transfer the technique to you. See if you can comprehend it. Yuan said to him afterward. How will you? Qi Man raised his eyebrows. Yuan approached Qi Man and lifted his hand before poking Qi Man's forehead with his finger that had a subtle light emitting from the tip. The next moment, Qi Man could feel something being forced into his head, and the demon sealing technique appeared inside his mind like some sort of magic trick. Heavens! You can even do something like this? Qi Man was shocked and speechless. I only learned this technique very recently, but it allows me to transfer any technique I know to others. It's very convenient. Chi Man wasted no time and took a seat not far away before he started trying to comprehend the demon sealing technique. Who's next? I will go next. Chi Huan stepped forward and placed her hands onto the stone tablet. A few moments later, 3 stone totems emitted light. Yuan transferred the demon sealing technique that will allow them to destroy a demon's core to Chi Huan afterward. Up next was Chi Fang's father, followed by her mother. Her father managed to light up 4 totems while her mother only managed to light up 3 totems, just like Chi Man and Chi Huan. The other elders went next, but most of them only managed to light up 2 totems with a few lighting 3. Once all of the elders were finished, Chi Fang went to check her results, but she already knew the results before even putting her hands on the stone tablet since it was mandatory to check their demon sealing aura once a year, and Shed checked her demon sealing aura 2 months ago. 1 totem, 2 totems, 3 totems. In the end, Chi Fang managed to light up 5 totems, which is the highest out of the entire Chi family. As expected of our family's number 1 genius. The other elders were not surprised by the results. After getting her demon sealing aura tested, Chi Fang approached Yuan and waited for him to transfer the techniques to her. Senior Chi, what weapon do you mainly use? The sword? Yes. Chi Fang nodded, silently wondering to herself why he was asking this question. Then I will give you a demon sealing technique for the sword as well as the technique that will allow you to destroy their cores. Really? Chi Fang's eyes began flickering with excitement. Why would I lie to you? Yuan smiled as he transferred the demon sealing strike and the other technique that he gave everyone else to Chi Fang. This is. What a profound technique. Chi Fang mumbled in awe as she closed her eyes to look at the information flowing inside her head. What about you too? Do you want to test your demon sealing aura? Yuan asked Meishou and Chu Liuxiang. Sure. They nodded. Chu Liuxiang went first, followed by Meishou. However, to their surprise, they were only able to light up a single totem. Does this mean we're not suitable to become demon sealers? Chu Liuxiang asked him in a worried tone. No, your results are normal for people that have never trained their demon sealing aura before. Chi Man said to them. As long as you continue strengthening your demon sealing aura, you will be able to light up more totems. In fact, most of us started out with only 1 totem as well. Chu Liuxiang and Meishou felt more reassured after hearing Chi Man's explanation. How does one even train their demon sealing aura? Chu Liuxiang then asked. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. We're not entirely sure either, but we found that the more we comprehend demon sealing techniques, the stronger our demon sealing aura becomes. Chi Man responded. Does this mean one should study as many demon sealing techniques as they can even if they cannot use some of them? Yes. Chi Man nodded. Anyways, this technique is very profound. It will take us a few weeks if not months before we get any results. However, I think we can teach everyone that has at least level 2 demon sealing aura the technique, but it's all up to you, Yuan. Chi Man looked at him. Level 2 demon sealing aura? So only those who can emit light from 2 totems should learn the technique? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes. Chi Man nodded. Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. This debt we owe you is so huge that I don't even know where to begin, much less how to repay you. Please give us some time to think of a proper response. Chi Man lowered his head and said. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I don't really need any payments, but I would appreciate it if you can let me look at the Chi family's demon sealing techniques. Of course. We don't have much, and they are worthless compared to your demon sealing techniques, but since you asked, you may look at them as you please. Just let me know when you want to look at them. I will look at them before I return home. Yuan said. Sometime later, Chi Fang stopped trying to learn the technique and said to Yuan, Hey, why don't you take the test as well? I want to see how strong your demon sealing aura is. When the others heard Chi Fang's suggestion, they also stopped cultivating and stared at Yuan. It was clear as day that Qi Fong isn't the only one curious. Sure. Yuan simply couldn't refuse after seeing their anticipating gazes. He approached the stone tablet and placed his hands on it. After taking a slow and deep breath, Yuan released his demon sealing aura. The second the stone tablet sensed his demon sealing aura, it immediately responded by trembling violently. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.